The Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide is now in session. Please be seated.
Good morning, Mr. Connor.
Good morning, Commissioners. Commissioners, this morning you will hear from Rear Admiral Sarah Sharkey. You've previously heard from Rear Admiral Sharkey on two occasions. Rear Admiral Sharkey gave evidence to the Royal Commission on Monday, 14 March 2022, in the third hearing block in a panel together with Deputy Chief of Army Major General Natasha Fox, Director General of Health Policy Program and Insurance, Mr. David Morton, and the Head of People Capacity in the ADF, Major General Wade Stothart. Rear Admiral Sharkey also gave evidence again on Wednesday, 13 April 2022, in hearing block 4, again with Mr. Morton. Commissioners, Rear Admiral Sharkey has since 5 November 2019 held the position of Surgeon General of the ADF and Commander of Joint Health Force at Defence. Rear Admiral Sharkey commenced in the Royal Australian Navy in 1992 whilst an undergraduate medical student. In 1997, Rear Admiral Sharkey commenced full-time service with the Australian Defence Force. Between 1997 and 2000, as a Royal Australian Navy medical officer, Rear Admiral Sharkey says she had a range of clinical operational roles, mainly in submarine and underwater medicine, or on deployment as a ship's medical officer. From 2007 to 2011, Rear Admiral Sharkey was a fleet medical officer. In 2011, Rear Admiral Sharkey joined Joint Health Command, it having been established in 2008. Initially, from 2011 to 2014, Rear Admiral Sharkey was Director of Clinical Services in Joint Health Command. In 2015, Rear Admiral Sharkey was a student at the Centre for Defence and Strategic Studies. From 2016, Rear Admiral Sharkey had a role with Navy and also with Joint Health Command. Rear Admiral Sharkey was Director of General Navy Health Services until 2019. Rear Admiral Sharkey was Director General of Garrison Health Operations in Joint Health Command until 2018. In 2018, Rear Admiral Sharkey also became Director General of Health Business and Plans in Joint Health Command. It was from that position that Rear Admiral Sharkey became the Surgeon General of the ADF and Commander of Joint Health Command. Might Rear Admiral Sharkey be sworn in, please?
Rear Admiral Sarah Sharkey, do you solemnly declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Operator, would you please display Rear Admiral Sharkey's tender list, please? Commissioners, I tender the documents listed in the tender list. The ones, of course, marked in blue are tendered on the basis that's previously been indicated. Rear Admiral, would you please?
Commissioner, can I just deal with one issue, which is that I think 11 documents were added to that tender list this morning, and the Rear Admiral may not be in a position to deal with them in any particular detail.
We'll address that when we come to it if necessary, Commissioners. There's been some... Mr. Fordham, I don't think is opposing the tender of those documents at this stage.
They are necessary documents. The Commissioners will have regard to them, but I'm foreshadowing, and I may have the number wrong, that there are certain documents that the Rear Admiral has not had the opportunity to get across. She may or may not have familiarity with them, and her ability to give evidence about them may be limited.
Thank you, Mr. Fordham. We'll certainly bear it in mind as we go forward, and both yourself and the witness can let us know if that is the case with a particular document.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Commissioner, I'll give you the opportunity of admitting those into evidence.
Okay, so, sorry, the tender list is gone, but if we can just have it come up again. Thank you, Mr. Connor. So they'll be accepted into evidence at this stage on the basis you've outlined and allocated the next lot of numbers.
Operator, would you please display Def quadruple 9.0080.0041, which is Rear Admiral Sharkey's statement dated 5 May 2023. Now, you also provided a short supplementary statement yesterday,
Yes, that's correct.
and that's item 2 on the tender list. Now, are there any corrections that you'd like to make to your 5 May statement?
Mr. Connor, no corrections, but I would just advise that in relation to matters that pertain to the establishment of the branch in Defence People Group, since the 5th of May when I submitted this statement, there have been subsequent meetings and agreements that have reached that are relevant, and
Yes.
perhaps if written today, I might have added more information.
Yes,
Yeah.
we'll come to those, Rear Admiral. Now, Operator, would you please display def.1063.0001.023, which, Commissioners, is the Assurance Check Report 22-04 from September 2022. Now, as we've heard yesterday, the assurance, and is evident from the document, the Assurance Check Report contains 6 recommendations. Now, Operator, might you scroll please to page 12, which is at .0038, and go to the foot of the page, please. Would you display the recommendations at the foot of the page, please? Now, you're familiar with the Assurance Check Report, are you, Rear Admiral?
I am aware of its existence, and in the process of preparing for this appearance and its presence in the tender bundle, have become familiar with its content. But prior to that, I was aware of a report and the activity.
Now, was anyone that you know of within Joint Health Command aware of the Assurance Check Report before you first became aware of it?
I have, I was made aware in April, and I can't recall the exact date, I'm sorry. But in April, my Chief of Staff advised me that a task had arrived in my command in relation to the Assurance Check Report and a task that we had been asked to complete in relation to that work.
Did you make any inquiries as to why it took so long for it to come to your attention as in your position?
It hadn't taken so long. I was advised very close to the date that task arrived in April in our headquarters.
But for the Assurance Check Report itself to come to the notice of Joint Health Command, that's taken some months, hasn't it?
So I'm aware the work was completed earlier, but I didn't connect the dots into, having not been familiar with the report or seen the report. it was not apparent to me that there had been a delay between the completion of the work and the tasking to Joint Health Command.
There is a delay though, isn't there? September 2022 is the date of the report. Did you make any inquiries about that lapse of time and how that occurred?
It is, as I said, Mr. Connor, I only became aware of the detailed content of the report in preparing for my appearance.
But you've not addressed the question with respect, Rear Admiral. My question concerns whether you made any inquiries as to why you weren't provided with this.
I did not make any inquiries.
How does the system work so as for you to not become aware of this, given that there's tasks that specifically concern Joint Health Command?
So as I understand it, I specifically am not an addressee on this report or the correspondence that associated with it. I rely on delegations of authority and responsibilities that are attributed to those within my command to raise issues with me where there are significant risks or constraints that they might be experiencing in dealing with a task.
I'm really asking you about Joint Health Command itself, and there's tasks being set in this document, specific tasks relating to Joint Health Command, and they're set last year, and yet you don't become aware. You're saying that Joint Health Command is not aware of this document until April. Is that what you're saying?
I object to that. The witness has made it clear that she wasn't aware.
I withdraw that question. Now, I just wish to understand clearly what is the reason for Joint Health Command not knowing about this document, say, in October 2022?
My understanding today is that an information copy of that document was provided to members of my command. The task was not given to Joint Health Command until April.
Now, Operator, might you display or go back to the document and, sorry, we've got this in front of us. Now, you'll see that 43A is relevant to Joint Health Command. This report be provided to Joint Health Command, so there's a recommendation that it be provided. Have you explored why it wasn't provided? It's late, I withdraw that. Now, to consider, have you given any consideration to the recommendation 43A yet?
Yes, we have discussed it internally in Joint Health Command.
Now, is this going to remain within Joint Health Command, this task, or is it going to be transferred to the branch? What's happening in relation to this recommendation?
So we received the task in April. We are currently considering the scope and requirements of that task and the resources that will be required for that task. The subject matter experts that sit within Joint Health Command will contribute to that task. So for the time being, so at the current time, that task is with Joint Health Command.
And when do you think the task will be completed?
We're currently scoping the requirements of the task. I'm not able to provide advice on how long that might take.
When do you expect the scoping will be completed?
I don't have a date, but I would expect my team would have scoped the requirements around that task within the next week or two.
Thank you. Now, Operator, might you display 43B, please? Now, this concerns deceased members' mental health and mental. You can see 43B clearly.
Yes, I can read that.
Now, is this the same scoping team that's looking at this recommendation?
Yes, it would involve the same people in Joint Health Command who would scope that task.
Now, what do you understand this task to be?
I would broadly describe that task as being part of a post-vention activity in the event of a death by suicide.
Doesn't it call for a systematic analysis there?
Yes?
Now,
Sorry.
you've been asked there to consider. Now, the considerations occurred, has it?
We're still in the process of scoping these tasks, Mr. Connor.
Right. Now, this involves analysis into deceased members' mental health care and mental health, including all these matters. Now, this will involve looking at the deceased members' records within Joint Health Command, won't it?
I would envisage so, yes.
Now, do you expect that this scoping will again be finished this week or next week?
Having not discussed in detail with my team, that is my best advice that I can give you, but yes.
You've had this since April. You've looked at it since April, and you've noticed the 6 recommendations.
Yes.
And when did you first start attending to scoping the 6 recommendations?
I'd need to seek a detailed chronology from the team, but on or about the time we received the task for these items, joint health, members of my team began turning their mind to what would be involved in completing these tasks.
Now, is it again the case that you expect this to be completed within the next week or two, the scoping?
Based on the information that I have available to me and the discussions I've had to date, that is my broad advice.
Do you see any particular difficulties in achieving what is in recommendation 43B?
The limitation, the barriers to us completing such a task would include where Joint Health Command does not naturally have access to the totality of information that might be included in the medical history of an individual's.
But you don't see a difficulty, though, in accessing all the information within Joint Health Command and Defence concerning that task?
No, I do not see any difficulty in my team accessing the medical information that is available within Joint Health Command.
Now, Joint Health Command has never done this kind of analysis previously?
We haven't conducted a systemic analysis over multiple cases of deaths by suicide. Beyond that analysis, which we from time to time conduct over the information that we capture in the Defence Suicide Database.
When do you think the Royal Commission can be advised that you've scoped the task here and estimated when you can complete that task?
Within the next couple of weeks.
Thank you. Operator, would you please display paragraph 43C? Might you enlarge 43C, please? Now this concerns services. This report must be provided to services to consider conducting a contextual analysis based on each member's service history and service-specific contexts to further understand trends and identify possible gaps and areas of opportunity to address across Defence. Now, have you received any material from services?
I can't answer that question. I personally have not received any information from the services. That Part C doesn't seem to refer to Joint Health Command receiving.
You, of
information
course,
from the
looked at
services.
paragraph C, didn't you?
To that, can the witness please be allowed to finish her answer?
Yes, you've got to allow her to answer the question.
Yep. Thank you. I accept the objection. My apologies, Ruru.
As I read C, it refers to actions that are required on the services. So for the report to be provided to the services and for the services to conduct some contextual analysis.
That contextual analysis would be relevant to you, wouldn't it? In your position as Commander of Joint Health Command.
The information would be valuable in any analysis of the circumstances around a death by suicide.
Now, you did notice paragraph 43D. Might that be displayed, please, operator? Now, have you made any inquiries of services?
I have not made any inquiries of services.
Have you instructed your team to make any inquiries of services?
Not in relation to D.
You can see the reference to fusing this information. What do you understand that to mean?
As it reads, I understand it, that the services are being asked to consider sharing their analysis once complete with Joint Health Command in order for the information to be fused.
So you'll be able to follow up what's happened in services and where they're at and whether they've got material that they can as yet provide to you. Is that correct?
I would expect my team, in the course of taking action on this task, would engage with the services.
Operator, please display SHH 1001.0002.0167. This, Rear Admiral, is the Health Service Level Charter. You're familiar with that document?
Yes, I am.
It was, I think it's dated or signed by the last person on 10 March 2022. Were you involved in the generation of this document?
I have been involved in the generation of this document over time,
Yeah.
yes.
What do you understand about your responsibilities as Commander of Joint Health Command under this document?
So this document articulates the responsibilities of Joint Health Command to deliver a range of outputs in support of defence capability and delivering services to ADF members in relation to health services in particular.
Now, this health service level charter is still in operation.
It is.
Operator, please scroll to page 5 of the charter. Please display the section governance arrangements, please, operator. Now, have you reported on performance against this charter through the Joint Health Command annual report?
So
Yes or no, please.
Yes.
Is there a Joint Health Command annual report for last year?
There is not any longer.
What is the last Joint Health Command annual report that was produced?
I would have to check on the date that the last one of those was produced. But since this document was constructed and published, the governance within Defence has undergone transformation and the annual report is no longer produced. I would have to confirm which year was the last one and it's been which year we produced the last one, but it has been replaced with other reporting mechanisms, artefacts.
You see the obligation here in clause 19.
Yes,
You understand that obligation?
I do understand that obligation.
Now, there's been no Joint Health Command annual reports during your period as Commander of Joint Health, has there?
I would have to confirm the exact date of the last one, but that may well be true.
You're not familiar with any from your period?
I'm familiar with a range of reports that we produce, but not one. I have not produced recently something called a Joint Health Command annual report.
Now, are you saying, sorry, how many other reports are you speaking about here that you say are done really in lieu of your obligation under clause 19?
They're not in lieu of my obligation. The obligation is met through a range of other tiered reporting mechanisms that occur in the command.
Now, operator, might you display clause 21, please? Now, Commander of Joint Health will coordinate an annual review of this charter to ensure its relevance and currency. That's an obligation that you have as Commander?
Yes.
have you conducted an annual review of this charter?
I am aware that recently we have not conducted an annual review of this charter.
When you say recently, are you saying, how many years are you saying there?
I would have to confirm when the last annual review was conducted of this particular document. I can't answer that question.
This charter is fundamental to your role as Commander of Joint Health, isn't it?
It is fundamental.
You also see your obligation under 21, and you well understand that obligation, don't you?
That's correct.
Operator, might you display Rear Admiral Sharkey's statement, and please go to question 27 and paragraphs 111 to 112, def .0065. Now, I'm turning, Rear Admiral, to the Defence Mental Health and Wellbeing Strategy from 2018 to 2023. Might you also display the question as well, please, Operator? Question 27 and those two paragraphs. Thank you, Operator. Now, you're asked in 27 for your role in relation to the implementation of the Defence Health and Wellbeing Strategy 2018-2023.
I think, to be fair, that's not what the question says. And my friend wants to quote questions. I'd ask him to do it accurately.
I'll withdraw that comment and question.
It's not a comment, it's an objection.
Sorry, my comment. That's what I was withdrawing. My apologies, Mr. Forden. Now, you've read question 27?
Yes.
And you've seen your response there? Paragraph 113 can be displayed as well, please, Operator.
Yes.
You say in 112, I am responsible for leading the implementation of the strategy. You accept that responsibility?
Yes.
Now, Operator, would you please display the Defence Mental Health and Wellbeing Strategy 2018-2023, def.0001.002.0490. You're familiar with this document?
Yes.
Were you involved in its creation in any way?
No.
Now, do you know anything about who was involved in its creation?
So it was under the leadership of my predecessor in my current role that this document was developed. And while I could not give you an exhaustive list of everyone that was involved in the creation of this document, I am aware that it certainly involved specific incumbents in specific roles within Joint Health Command, as well as stakeholder engagement across the Department of Defence at large and into DVA.
You can, if, now, withdraw that. Were there any contracting parties involved in, external contracting parties involved in this, development of this, to your knowledge?
I'm not in a position to answer that question. I'm sorry, I wasn't closely enough involved.
You haven't heard of anyone being involved?
Not specifically. I couldn't give you a name of a contracting organisation, but it would not surprise me that contractual support was required to resource such an extensive body of work.
In relation to the new strategy development, is there a contracting party involved there, to your knowledge?
Yes, I am aware that within Joint Health Command we have some contracted resources that are currently assigned to the work that is underway in relation to the development of the new strategy.
Do you have any consulting firms involved?
If the definition of consulting firms, a contractor consulting firm, there's contracted labour that is currently procured by Joint Health Command against the task of that are contributing to the task at hand in developing the new strategy.
Are there any large consultancy firms involved in that process, to your knowledge?
I'm aware that we have consultants from Ernst & Young, I believe, that are currently engaged on that task in Joint Health Command.
Now, to your knowledge, were Ernst & Young involved in the Defence and Mental Health and Wellbeing Strategy 2018 to 2023?
I could not tell you. I don't know. I don't have that information.
Do you know how long EY or Ernst & Young have been involved in the engaged for the new strategy?
I would have to confirm how long that was, but has been. But I would imagine it is in the ballpark of the time that we have been undertaking that work.
And how long have you been undertaking that work?
And I'd have to confirm.
Is it 1 year,
date of
2
that.
years, 2 months?
Oh no, I think it is maybe 18 months, but I have no confidence in that time frame, and I would need to confirm.
Now, you've met with people from EY in connection with the development of the new strategy?
I have not.
People from within Joint Health Command, to your knowledge, have met with EY in connection with the new development of the new strategy?
I would expect that is the case because they are embedded within my team in Joint Health Command, so there would be meetings and communication with the people that are doing that task.
Have you seen the contract between Defence and EY concerning their work?
No, I have not.
Now, operator, would you please display from the existing strategy, the 2018 to 2023 strategy, might you first scroll to page 3 of that document? Now, just to refresh your memory on the contents of that, might you then scroll to page 20, please? Thank you, operator. Now, that page displays the 6 strategic objectives.
Yes.
You're very familiar with those objectives, are you?
Yes, I'm familiar with the objectives.
Did you see any particular objectives having application to you as Commander of Joint Healthcare?
Commander of Joint Health Command.
Sorry, my apologies.
The strategy and the objectives of the strategy apply to the whole of the Defence Organisation. So in that respect, all 6 of those apply in some way, shape or form to the work of Joint Health Command and to my responsibilities as a commander. But there are some that are probably more specifically relevant to my role in Joint Health Command.
Are you able to indicate what they are?
So number 4 in particular, person-driven care and recovery. I have a Joint Health Command plays a central role in supporting that objective, but also in number 5, building the evidence. Number 6, in continually improving our programs and initiatives around mental health and wellbeing. Number 3, in responding to the risks of military services. And 1 and 2, I clearly contribute to as well.
Operator, please scroll to page 48. Sorry, to 47 to start with, please. This is strategic objective number 6, continually improving. Might you go then to the next page? Now, might you go to the first words on the page, please, operator? The strategy is driven by an effective quality and continuous improvement process.
Yes.
Did you see yourself as having any, or Joint Health Command, and you as Commander of Joint Health Command having any particular responsibilities concerning this?
Yes.
What were they?
So as it relates to the delivery of health services to Defence members, an inherent part of delivering quality health services is a commitment to quality and continuous improvement processes that are embedded in the clinical governance system over those health services. As it relates specifically to the strategy and Joint Health Command's leadership role in the implementation and management of the strategy, it has been around implementing a continuous improvement framework, which provides for the evaluation process over the strategy and the programs and initiatives that are within it.
Now, do you believe that Joint Health Command and you as Commander of Joint Health Command have fulfilled your obligations under Strategic Objective 6?
Yes, I do.
Now, operator, please display page 50. Under the section accountability, would you please display the top section, 4 paragraphs, please? I'll give you an opportunity to remind yourself of this. You'll see that the 3rd paragraph refers to reports generated as part of the continuous improvement framework. Now, what reports have been prepared?
So the continuous improvement framework is still in a process of being implemented. So that work is ongoing and has not been finalised.
So this of course commenced in 1 January 2018. That's correct, isn't it?
I believe that the continuous improvement framework project team were in place sometime in 2020 is when they commenced work.
So not in place in 2018, not in place in 2019?
I would need to confirm that, but as I recall, the project team undertaking the SIF work commenced in 2020. They were engaged in 2020 in my tenure, which was in 2020.
Now, in this team, how many people have you got in this team to your memory?
I would need to confirm how many are in the project team altogether.
Is it a small number, or 2 or 3 people, or 20 or 30?
No, it's a relatively small number. It would be more than 2 or 3, less than 20.
Now, do you get reports from this team directly?
No, I do not.
Have you made any inquiries of what's happening in this domain?
I am updated by the responsible one-star who has who's one of my direct reports on the progress of this body of work through multiple channels that can include my regular interactions with them, but also more formally at our governance meetings.
Now, you say the continuous improvement framework work has not been completed.
It is not yet complete.
Will it be complete by the end of this year?
As I understand it, it is on track and expected to be completed by the end of this year.
Now, you'll see, operator, might you display the 4th paragraph? Now, accountability for this strategy depends on an interaction between implementation and evaluation. The strategy says implementation is critical because we need to know whether what was planned occurs. Now, have you got any, I withdraw that, you understood and understand that implementation, what is implemented is, knowing what's implemented is critical.
Yes, I understand that.
You also understand that knowing what is not being implemented is also critical.
Yes, I accept that.
Now, do you have any understanding of what has been implemented and what has not been implemented as you sit here today?
So can I just clarify the question? Are you asking, Mr. Connor, do I have an understanding as to what has not been implemented in the SIF project or what has not been implemented in the strategy?
The SIF framework is, the strategy depends, as we see from the first sentence, between implementation and evaluation. And that's all the matters in the strategy itself. You accept that? Is that your understanding or not?
Could you please repeat
Just
the question? I'm not sure I understand.
I withdraw it. What do you understand about this paragraph?
So I understand this paragraph to be stating that in order for a strategy, in order for the organisation to be confident that the strategy is in place and is delivering what it says it's going to deliver, that then there needs to be an evaluation capability to evaluate whether the program's initiatives, services that are committed to in the strategy are effective and in place.
What do you understand by the second sentence of this paragraph?
That implementation is critical.
Doesn't it say we need to know whether what was planned actually occurs?
Correct.
Now, do you know, sitting there, whether what was planned actually occurred or not?
The SIF project that is underway at the moment, its purpose is to provide us that insight as to whether the strategy is effective.
Now, so the evaluation stage, the work that hasn't been completed, is that correct?
It is not yet complete. The implementation or the delivery of the SIF is not complete.
Now, University of Canberra Continuous Improvement Framework Report, are you aware of that?
Yes?
What's the significance of that report from your perspective?
So the report, as I understand it, was a deliverable under the project team, and it provided an assessment of their progress in delivering against the body of work for which they're procured, and it made a number of recommendations on us that dealt with barriers and challenges in delivering a SIF or putting in place a continuous improvement capability. And evaluation capability, the SIF.
That report was released, I think, on the 3rd of December 2021. Now, what's happened since then, to your knowledge?
So to my knowledge, the responsible DG and the team that are delegated the responsibility to, lead this work in Joint Health Command have considered the report and consulted with, relevant other expert bodies within the command, and they recommended to me that we accept the recommendations that that were made in the report, and work is commenced on implementing those recommendations.
Now, did you understand whether or not any criticisms were made by the University of Canberra of the SIF or the Continuous Improvement Framework that existed in Defence?
I'm not sure that question makes sense to me, that the SIF were making criticisms of the SIF.
No, the University of Canberra has done an analysis of your SIF system.
So the University of Canberra are undertaking the SIF. That is the project.
So they're there to carry out the SIF, are they?
Yes, their job is to implement the SIF. So their job, yes.
It's not Joint Health Command's obligation to get the continuous improvement frame operative, is it? Is that what you're saying?
Well, it is ultimately, The University of Canberra is a project team that have been engaged to undertake the body of work, which is to develop the SIF.
To develop the SIF.
Yes.
Now, you didn't have a continuous improvement framework in existence back in 2018, is that correct?
That is correct, and that was the purpose of this project.
Now, might might we now turn to the new branch? And may I ask you some general questions, Rear Admiral Sharkey? I suggest that there's been delay on the part of Defence in taking a coordinated whole of defence approach to mental health and well-being, and in particular, suicide prevention. Do you accept that?
No, I don't accept that.
Your position is there's been no delay, is that it?
There's been no delay in Defence undertaking a whole of defence approach to mental health and wellbeing.
Not a single delay anywhere, is that your position?
I'm not sure I can answer that specific questions.
I'm asking so far as your understanding and belief and perception from your position as Commander of Joint Health Command.
So I apologise, Mr. Connor, but when you introduced this line of questioning, I understood you to be taking me to the branch, the issues around the branch
And I also...
and the establishment of the branch. And then you asked a question about Defence's broader approach to mental health and wellbeing.
I believe I foreshadowed this by saying, may I ask you first some general questions?
Okay,
And that
apologies.
I turned to those general questions,
Okay.
and I was asking whether you accept particular things. Now, I then turned to say, your position is there's been no delay on the part of Defence in taking a coordinated whole of defence approach to mental health and wellbeing, and in particular suicide prevention. And I think your answer was there has been no delay. Is that correct?
From my perspective, there has been no delay, and that is because Defence has for a long time had a whole of defence mental health and wellbeing strategy within which there has been a comprehensive suicide prevention program. So there has been a strategy, there has been an approach, which has been a whole of defence approach.
Now, do you see any delays whatsoever in the implement or the creation of the new branch?
From my perspective in Joint Health Command and the contribution and involvement that my command has had in the establishment of that branch, there has not been delays.
Do you see any delays, or should the branch have been created earlier from your perspective?
From my perspective, the branch has been established in an appropriate time frame given given the position and the role of Joint Health Command in contributing to the decision making around the establishment of the branch.
Now, why couldn't this have all been done back in 2018?
So can I have a little clarity around all of this?
I understood it, correct me if I'm wrong, to be about the creation of the new branch. Why could that not have been done back in 2018? Is that your understanding, Mr.
Yes, Commissioner.
If I could just develop that a little bit.
Right?
Does my friend mean the branch should be completed, up and running, functioning at whatever level he wishes to specify, or does he mean that the steps in order to get it to a point where it can do those things have been commenced? That's my objection.
Okay. You could clarify that, I think, Mr. Connor.
It's, the events that eventually occur on the 6th of June 2022, why could they not have occurred in 2018?
I take it by that you mean the commencement of the process.
The commencement of the process.
Does that satisfy you?
Yes, it does. But if there's an event on the 6th of June, my friend could specify it so that the witness is not in any way unsure of what she's answering.
Okay.
Yeah, I will do that. What happened on the 6th of June 2022?
On the 6th, in relation to the
No, I object to this.
creation of the branch.
This isn't a test for the witness. I'm asking the cross-examiner to specify the basis of his question.
On the 6th of June 2022, General Angus Campbell approved the creation of the one staff position as the Director General of the Mental Health Awareness and Resilience and Suicide Prevention branch. You understand that?
Yes, I understand that.
Now, why couldn't that have happened in 2018?
Again, I object. If my friend wants to put to this witness that the witness could or should have done something differently herself rather than comment on the actions or inactions of the command structure, that's a different proposition.
I wish...
I'd have thought she could answer it to the best of her ability. Her answer may well be, I don't know what structures were in place then, but I think it's legitimate to ask her the question.
Commissioner Pleases.
Could you ask the question again, please, Mr. Connor?
You understand the events of 6 June 2022. Now, why couldn't that, or something akin to that, have occurred in 2018?
I wasn't in my position in the current position that I'm in 2018, so I'm not sure that I'm equipped to really answer retrospectively in relation to why it couldn't have occurred 4 or 5 years ago.
You were in your present position from 5 December 2019.
Correct?
Why couldn't it have occurred in 2020?
So my answer to that would be the range of factors that have led to that decision were not exactly in place in 2020. So the circumstances in the context in 2020 is different to the circumstances and context in the department in June of 2022.
Operator, please display def.1152.0002.041. Sorry, 0041. which is the decision brief of 6 June 2022. Operator, please go to page 2 and display, the next page, and display paragraphs, display first paragraph 3, please. I'll give you a moment to read that. So we have the Productivity Commission report into mental health in June 2020. Now, operator, please display the next paragraph, please. Now, you appreciated that when you were early in your period as Commander of Joint Health, didn't you?
I would say, did I specifically turn my mind to that? No. But I agree with that statement, and I would also agree that that statement was relevant and the case in 2020, but I don't agree that I specifically or deliberately considered that as a statement in 2020.
I was just asking about your awareness of that matter. You were aware of that matter, weren't you?
I'm not trying to be difficult, but my reflection of the job that I was doing in 2020 and what I was conscious of or not conscious of at that time, I couldn't confirm that I was aware specifically of that, but I agree that that has been the case for my tenure.
Now, in terms of Joint Health Command and People Group, Defence People Group, and functions of both groups, there's been a debate, if I could put it that way, between Defence People Group and Joint Health Command as to what functions will be assigned, transferred from Joint Health Command to Defence People Group. Is that a fair statement?
I'm not sure that I would characterise it as a debate, but we have been engaged. So my team in Joint Health Command at multiple levels have been engaging with DPG to explore and understand what those adjacencies are and which functions may be better aligned if they were to be transferred to DPG.
Now, operator, please display paragraph 5, please. Now, you well appreciated that there were a split of functions across Joint Health Command and People Group. Now, you understood this at least from 6 June 2022, didn't you?
That there is, so as it relates, so, sorry, can you just confirm the question?
What do you understand to be saying in this particular paragraph, please?
Object to this, my friend is cross-examining on a document that I don't understand this witness created. If he wants to put propositions to her about what she did or did not understand at a particular point in time, rather than asking to interpret the document, then there's no issue with it. At the moment, she's being asked to interpret something she didn't write. We can all read it.
Mr Connor?
I'll withdraw that question. Now, you're entirely familiar with this document, aren't you?
I am familiar with the document. And just to confirm that this is the signed CDF brief for
Yes.
6th of June
Yes.
that we're referring to. So I am familiar with that document.
And it is fundamental to what is going on presently in relation to the creation of the branch and the transfer of functions from Joint Health Command to Defence People Group. You understand that? Sorry, you regard it as fundamental?
I regard it as important in that process. It was an important decision.
And you've attended to each of the paragraphs in that document, have you?
What do you mean by attended to?
You read and understood each of those paragraphs.
Yes.
Now, did you envisage, I withdraw that. Operator, would you please go to page 3 and display paragraph 8, please? The top part of paragraph 8, please. Now we've been to the Defence Health, Mental Health and Wellbeing Strategy and the implementation of a whole of One Defence approach. Now, might you go, operator, to paragraph C? Now, you'll see there Rear Admiral JHC's functional review. What was that functional review, please, Rear Admiral?
So the purpose of the JHC functional review was to undertake a review of my headquarters, a review of the command to ensure that the structures and alignments of a whole range of functional areas within the command were appropriately structured and aligned in order for us as a command to deliver the outputs of the command that we're required to deliver. And the primary driver for that was around the obligations that are inherent in, at that time, the new ADF health strategy that CDF had endorsed, together with a range of other demands that were on the organisation in that period of time.
Now, the 2018-2023 strategy was a very important document in that same context.
Sorry, which strategy?
The 2018 to 2023 strategy, the current
Defence,
strategy.
mental health and wellbeing strategy. Yes, it remains an important document.
In that context. I withdraw that. Now, operator, would you please go to paragraph 9? Just refresh your memory on those paragraphs. Operator, would you please go to paragraph 10, please? Now you'll see there, this is the functional review report that's being referred to, or sorry, it's a document produced by the Productivity. It's enclosure 1. You're well aware of that, but I'll come to that. Yep. Now, if some of the specific mental health functions within the branch may better align with the strategic intent of people group and its existing functions. Now, transferring specified functions from JHC to people group will enable an improved one defence focus on mental health. Now, when were the first functions transferred from JHC to people group?
There has been no formal sign-off on the transfer of those functions from Joint Health Command to Defence People Group.
When do you expect, has there been agreement on your part as Commander of Joint Health to transfer 3 functions recently?
Yes, there has.
They are spiritual health and wellbeing.
Yes.
They are ADF Centre for Mental Health program components.
Yes.
What does program components mean?
So it means the elements within the ADF Centre for Mental Health that are responsible for the development of a range of programs and initiatives and resources that are developed in the suicide prevention program and in the alcohol and other drug harm minimisation programs, for example. So it is those central SME, what we refer to as hub functions within the ADF Centre for Mental Health.
Now, what's the third function that's going to be transferred?
So the third function is the resources that are allocated to the development of the new joint strategy with DVA.
Is that all that's being transferred at this point?
Yes, that is that summarises the functions and resources that I have reached agreement with my counterpart at DPG to transfer.
And that agreement was reached like a week or 2 ago, was it?
I believe it was on the 9th
Of May.
of May.
And when will they be formally assigned?
From the intent is that they will be reassigned before the 1st of July or by the 1st of July.
Now, what is happening with the continuous improvement framework work? Is that remaining with JHC or is it being transferred to Defence People Group?
So the current project that is underway, called the SIF project, will remain with Joint Health Command and be transferred on completion of that project.
So that won't be transferred on the 1st of July or by the 1st of July this year?
That is the current agreement.
Sorry?
That is the current agreement. So it will not.
I
confirm that it will not be transferred on the 1st of July, but that transfer will happen at the end of the year, for the beginning of 2024 calendar year.
Have you explained this clearly to the Ms. Gregg? Is that the person you're speaking to at Defence People Group concerning this?
My most recent conversations or communications on this has been with the colleague at my level of the organisation, that is the First Assistant Secretary of Defence People.
And that's Paul Robards, is it? Is that
Correct.
now? And you have not agreed to transfer at this stage the continuous improvement framework.
Once the project is complete and the SIF is in place, that responsibility for the ongoing sustainment of the SIF function would transfer, and the plan is for that to occur in at the end of 2023 for the beginning of 2024.
Now, University of Canberra is currently working on that project, is that?
Correct.
And when will you say that they're creating the SIF framework? Is that what you're saying?
I apologise if I'm getting the exact terminology right, but their task is to develop an evaluation capability, which we refer to as the SIF. And SIF stands for Continuous Improvement Framework.
And when is that going to be delivered, in your expectation?
December 2023.
And then at the end of December or early in December, or when? You don't know?
I can't tell you that date off the top of my head.
There's a contract for that purpose, is there?
There is a contract.
Now, it seems to have taken a period of time for agreement to be reached on the three things that you've presently agreed to transfer to the new branch. Now, I suggest to you that period of time, from November 2022 through to now, was too long. Do you agree with that?
I don't agree. From my perspective, the project team that you refer to as Protivity, doing the functional review, finalised their report in January of 2022.
Sorry, January of 2021.
No, that's
Sorry,
not correct.
My apologies, January 2022, yes.
So they delivered their report in January of 2022.
Yes.
That report was delivered to me, and I endorsed the outcomes of that report in February of 2022 with some further follow-on work that was to be undertaken, which I then made subsequent decisions and direction on in March of 2022. And by June of 2022, a decision was made to establish the position and the branch. So from my perspective, the time between March of 2022 and June of 2022 is not a long time for a decision to be made to establish a new position and a new branch.
Now, I'm not actually asking you questions about that period of time. We have the Brigadier Langford appointed, I think, on the 5th of November 2022. And we've seen from the CDF brief, or decision brief of 6 June, that it was contemplated and really, I would say, directed that elements be transferred from Joint Health Command to Defence People Group and the new branch. So I'm talking about that period of time from 6 June to 21 November. You could have been getting ready for what would be transferred to the new branch. Do you accept that?
Mr. Connor, I would offer that Joint Health Command was undertaking a functional review, which was a detailed analysis across the organisation in Joint Health Command of all the functions and capabilities, and that work was not completed, and the concept of a branch was not presented in that work until January of 2022 and presented to me for decision in February of 2022. So the concept of the branch was not developed at that point.
Sorry, I'm sorry to have, I think we're at cross purposes again. I'm talking about the period from 6 June 2022 to the time of appointment of Brigadier Langford in November of 2022. Now, that's June to November of 2022, and that's after the functional review has been completed. Steps could have been taken in that period of time to consider what elements within Joint Health Command were to be transferred to the new branch, couldn't it?
From my perspective in Joint Health Command, that consideration had been done and was represented in the reports out of the functional review and the subsequent decision briefs that were presented to me. So from Joint Health Command's perspective, there had been substantial consideration given and work done in that respect.
I'm talking about the second half of 2022.
I understand.
You understand that. Now, what did you undertake work then to consider what elements within Joint Health Command needed to be transferred to the new branch?
By that point in time, we had already made our consideration and identified what functions could be transferred to that branch.
So why has it taken until May of 2023 to actually decide to agree to transfer?
I object. That doesn't follow. A decision's been made. I think what my friend is referring to is, I don't want to put words in the witness's mouth, but I think there's already been reference to something happening a few weeks ago by way of a meeting or a document or something. I don't know.
I think there's a document referred to about the 5th of May or something.
I think that's right. But
this year?
Yeah, but there's two different concepts. There's the decision that the witness has been giving evidence about, and there's whatever happened on the 5th of May.
Do you want to clarify that, Mr. Connor?
I'll re-ask the matter. Now, we have a decision, the decision brief on the 6th of June of last year. We have the appointment of Brigadier Langford in November of 2022. We have an agreement, I think you said, agreed at the meeting on 9 May to transfer 3 functions from...
That's 9 May this year.
9 May of 2023. In your discussions with Mr. or Dr. Robarts on that day, you agreed to transfer 3 functions. Now, why couldn't this have been discussed and agreed in July of 2022?
This being
The
the removal of those three components.
at least, and the other elements within Joint Health Command that are under consideration for transfer.
And just to pick up on something that's just fallen from you, Commissioner, discussion by whom with whom? Because we have evidence that things were happening within Joint Health Command. My friend needs to specify what he's trying to drill down to. Is it conversations between Joint Health Command and DPG? Is it meetings? It's not clear.
I understood Mr. Connor's question to be why couldn't these three components, note of which is spiritual health and wellbeing, the ADF Centre for the Mental Health Program components, including alcohol and other drug harm minimisation programs, and the resources allowed for development of the new joint strategy be transferred. They're the ones that I understand were agreed to be transferred now. You say 9th May, is it?
I think the evidence is they were agreed on the 9th of May at a meeting.
And is your question is why could they not have been agreed to have been transferred in July last year?
Yes.
I think that's
I
clear.
don't object to your question.
Okay. It's good strategy for most barristers. But
Yeah, well, this time.
Now, why
So-
couldn't the subject matter of the meeting of 9 May this year, an agreement about transfer of elements within Joint Health Command to the new branch, have been agreed or considered in July last year?
They were being considered. Well, I don't have at the front of my mind all of the chronology and dates of various meetings and conversations that occurred. But the range of functions and the types of functions were considered in that time period that you outlined between the decision being made in June and the appointment of the Brigadier in November. There were meetings and conversations that occurred between Joint Health Command and DPG that explored and sought to transfer knowledge and understanding to the DPG team on exactly what the resources were and what their capabilities are and what jobs and functions they perform. I would refer that to the due diligence process of understanding the work that was being done in that time. So the other factor that I would reflect on is that there was understandably a strong desire on behalf of my colleague within DPG that it was not, that it was preferable for the incumbent of that position to be in place in order to mature and finalise those discussions, because clearly it would be her responsibility to establish the branch, provide more definition around the totality of the roles and responsibilities of that branch. And that is simply not possible when no one had been appointed to that role.
Was 12 May 2023 the first time that you conveyed in writing the agreement of Joint Health Command to the transfer of these three functions?
Is it possible, I don't have available to me the particular reference that you're referring to on the 12th of May,
Now,
but yeah.
It's an email from you to Dr. or Mr. Robarts of that date.
Yes.
Could I have a document ID, please?
Def.1206.0001.0005, not for public display. Had you agreed earlier than that?
That email reflected, and the purpose of that email was to confirm in a written form the outcomes of a meeting that had occurred on the 9th of May, at which agreement was reached between my position, and I was represented on the 9th of May by somebody acting in my role, representing me on my behalf, and Dr. Paul Robards is the First Assistant Secretary of Defence People. That email, the purpose of that email was to confirm the agreement that had been reached between his position and my position on the roles and functions that would be transferred from the 1st of July, as we've just articulated, and agree next steps, which include the decision brief to the relevant authority at the group head level who can approve the transfer of resources from one group to another group.
Commissioners, I note the time and we're 20 minutes before a break. Might the Commissioners wish to ask some questions at this stage?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Connor. Commissioner Brown?
Rear Admiral, just in relation to the questions Mr. Connor's just been asking, you indicated that there's a due diligence process required to consider what functions would be transferred across. And you've indicated that there was a delay inherent in the fact that the new appointee to the Director General role wasn't in place until November. But we've got from November through last year to May this year. That still, for the uninformed, seems like uninformed like myself, still seems like quite a long period of time to actually determine or agree what's going to be transferred, given that you'd had the Protivity report, which had, I take it, made some suggestions about that. So could you help me to understand why it took 6 months from when the new Director General came on board to actually reach that agreement?
Thanks, Commissioner. My reflection on that period of time was that it did take some time for Brigadier Langford to, and understandably, some time for her to understand in detail what the functions of the ADF Centre were and what they were doing. The other factors that we were acutely aware of is the required change management process and communication required within that work team to ensure that people are brought along the journey as well. What was front of my mind, and I can speak to my contribution and direction and advice through that period, was the most important thing in that process was firstly to ensure that we didn't drop any balls, so to speak, so that the important work that those teams continue to do in terms of on the programs and the suicide prevention program and maintaining the products and delivering the training products, etc., that they do, that was not impeded or distracted from in the process as well. So we needed to be quite deliberate in the way we worked together in ensuring that that didn't happen.
Okay, that helps me, I guess, to understand some of what was going on. But I mean, can you appreciate that it does seem to be that there is a sense of urgency about needing to address suicide prevention within defence, and it just seems that it's a long time frame within. It's a necessary process to get on with what Defence wants to do. It just seems to take a long time to do anything.
So I appreciate the perspective or the perception that that is a long time. I think an important thing in my mind is the acknowledgement that this transfer of functions is not new functions. Yes, absolutely, I agree that, as long as we are still experiencing deaths by suicide in defence, we continue to have a challenge and a problem that we need to address and expedite work to get after. But we didn't stop doing the work, and those individuals that are doing those tasks in those functions didn't stop doing the work, waiting for their reporting line to be changed to another area. Importantly, I think this new branch is around increasing the capacity of defence beyond what we do. So really, as it relates to the transfer of functions for Joint Health Command, that is work that we are currently doing. The branch is about what else, what new things can we get after, how can we tackle the issues differently. So this is really an element of continuity and alignment that was transferring. In my view, it didn't decrease what we are currently doing. The alignment is about improving it, but there are other resources that were coming into that branch as well.
Okay, thank you. Can I just change topics now? I just wanted to better understand the continuous improvement framework. I must confess to being a little bit puzzled, and possibly because it was referred to in the 2018 to 2023 strategy, mental health and wellbeing strategy, saying that there would be reports during the life of the strategy, I think was what it was said. And I was just trying to understand, is it actually a framework or was it an evaluation of that strategy? Or so which one is it?
So I can appreciate the confusion that emanates from the titling and the naming of these things. I may not be the best witness to talk in detail and reassure you entirely about the history of it and the nuances of it, but in essence, it is about establishing the evaluation capability in order that we can do continuous improvement. So the project team is, from my perspective, tasked with designing and establishing an evaluation, a capability through which we can evaluate the the Defence Mental Health and Wellbeing Strategy more fulsomely. What I would say is that there are reports that are generated on the implementation of the strategy that come from the action plans and the reporting against that is routinely reported to the Defence People Committee. So there are updates of work that is happening across the Defence organisation on our achievements against the strategy. But the SIF in particular and the project called the SIF is to develop a capability that enables us to more properly evaluate the effectiveness of the programs and the initiatives.
Okay, so thank you for that clarification. But the section within the strategy that refers to reports, I think, and it refers to the continuous improvement framework, just kind of led me to understand, perhaps incorrectly, that the SIF was anticipated to be available sooner than the end of the strategy. So was there a delay, do you think, in actually the development of the SIF?
I mean, as I've advised, my understanding is that the SIF project commenced in 2020. It was clearly envisaged before I assumed my command.
I appreciate that.
But I would need to go away and provide you some more information that might give you more clarity in regards to what was intended by the content in the strategy as written.
Okay, thank you. And one last question was just in relation to the task that you were given in April 2023 to Joint Health Command to undertake the technical review of the assurance, the 59 reports. Who gives you that task? Who assigns that task?
So my understanding is that the task came in a written form, a minute, that requested we undertake that from the ADF headquarters SIM team. That's how the task came into into my command in the April timeframe.
And so there does seem to have been a delay between when the report was completed, I can't recall off the top of my head when that was, and then the task being assigned to Joint Health Command. Is that a fair?
Yeah,
statement?
so I think in my preparation for appearing as a witness and my reflection on that related group of artefacts, I think it is fair to say there were a couple of things. In order for us to do the task, we would need access to the data. So inherent and connected with being given that task was a supporting task or activity that needed to be undertaken in order for the sensitive data set to be made available and provided to us. So I think my reflection would be that all of those related documents contained a number of tasks and actions that were expected on people that perhaps were not as connected as tightly as they could have been, including, I think, an expectation appropriately from CDF that the branch lead the fusion of the information, for instance, which does seem a little bit at odds with one of the written tasks in the original report. So, I would say that I acknowledge that time delay, but there is also some complexity in understanding what the task entails and ensuring that we have the right information in the right format and that that's provided appropriately as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Douglas?
Can you tell me whether there's an overall philosophy behind the movement of these components from the Joint Health Command to the Defence People Group?
Thanks, Commissioner. The overarching philosophy at its core is around the recognition of lifetime wellbeing factors, and that there are opportunities that are upstream, so to speak, that we need to better align across the department initiatives that can contribute to us being able to fully leverage those opportunities across the lifetime wellbeing factors.
So could that be recharacterised as saying it's a recognition that it's not just a medical problem, but it also affects people's lives throughout their careers, including after the Defence Force component of it?
Yes, Commissioner, I would agree with all of that, both as you've reflected that notion that it is not just a health challenge to solve or get after, that the social determinants of health are such that there are a whole range of factors that are at play, and that there are also across the career, the lifetime continuum of a veteran, factors that come into play at different points of that continuum, and the roles and functions of Defence People Group or another central part of the Defence Force that is more broadly tasked with a whole lot of policy settings and service delivery that goes to more than just healthcare, may be a better place from which to centrally govern, lead and account for the collective work across Defence.
I found a document which suggests that resources being identified for transfer from JHC to MH&W branch are a total of 9 AFS and 9 ASL. Is that your understanding of? This is a fairly recent document. It's DEF.1206.0001.0001, which is a Defence People Committee document headed 18 May 2023, talking points. So it's pretty recent, last week.
I'm not familiar with the document. I haven't had an opportunity to consider the document that you're referring to.
I just stumbled across it because I must have written down a reference incorrectly.
But what I could confirm, I can confirm my understanding of the number of positions that were agreed in essence in the 9th of May meeting between our teams that I confirmed on the 12th of May, which is a total of 16 positions from the Centre of Mental Health, a chaplain's position in the Directorate of Spiritual and Wellbeing in Joint Health Command, plus a vacant APS 6 engaged in the strategy work, together with the Ernst & Young contracted resources and the funding associated with that.
There's mention of a reserve psychologist who, with current mental health experience from Open Arms, to be engaged full-time from 3 July 2023.
That is possibly included. I know that there are a couple of reserve positions within the 16 that I refer to from the ADF Centre for Mental Health. So that could relate to that, but I would need to.
Okay, thanks. Well, other people can follow up on that if they want to. Thanks. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Rear Admiral. Just a couple of issues. You mentioned a little bit earlier that there is no longer a Joint Health Command annual report, but you weren't sure exactly when it stopped and perhaps not what it was replaced with. Can I ask you to take that on notice, if you can just ascertain for us when it actually stopped? Yes. And what it was replaced with? And the background is, as you would appreciate, we are interested in public, transparent reporting that may help everyone.
Yes, okay. I'm happy to do that.
Thank you. One other issue. You've mentioned in your statement, I think it's at point F and G, in relation to two projects that are beginning this financial year. One is a longitudinal study, life course study, and the other one is in order to develop a suicide prevention research framework. Can you confirm, to your knowledge, there are not two efforts or projects that have been undertaken in the past? This is the first time?
So Defence has undertaken longitudinal research previously. This particular body of work that's underway at the moment is scoping to establish a more enduring longitudinal health surveillance capability that could be, real time, more contemporary, and more powerful. So that is a really, in my view, very exciting piece of work for us to do, which has great utility and potential benefit to come.
Just before we move on to the second one, with that one, have previous studies focused on issues of suicidality, or were they more general or looking elsewhere?
No, so I believe that under the Transition and Wellbeing Research Program, there was certainly, which obviously was undertaken before my tenure in this role, but there was certainly, to my knowledge, findings from that related and made observations around the prevalence of mental health in Defence members and issues around suicidality.
Thank you. And then the first one we mentioned was just in relation to a suicide prevention research framework. Was that one also, had that previously been undertaken, or do you think that's the first time that's been undertaken?
I'd have to take that on notice.
That's
Commissioner.
fine.
Yeah.
Thank you. Mr. Fordham?
No, thank you.
Mr. Fraser, any questions?
No, thank you, Commissioner.
Mr. Connor, any matters arising?
Not at this stage. I notice the time, Commissioners.
We'll just have a short adjournment then for 15 minutes. Thank you.
All rise. The Royal Commission is adjourned for 15 minutes. The Royal Commission is resumed. Please be seated.
Operator, would you please display the decision brief for the Secretary and the CDF? It's doc def.1152.0002.041. Would you please go to the second last page of that document? Would you please display the top section of the document, please? Now, this is a document produced by Protoviti. You understand that?
Yes.
Yep. Now, this is the document that emerges out of the functional review that's undertaken into Joint Health Command.
So my recollection of the provenance of this document, that it emerged from a follow-on tasking that I directed after the final report had been received and considered.
Now, it's attached, of course, to the 6 June 2022 decision brief.
Yes.
Now, there's recommendations were made, it says, that several functions be transferred into the Defence People Group from JHC.
Sorry, are you referring to, I just can't quite find it in the document.
You'll see that at the top of the document.
Oh, sorry. As in the title?
No, as in the background.
Oh, recommended, yep, yes.
Now, Operator, would you please display the middle section of the table, please? Now, there's a whole series of functions here that are being recommended to be transferred from JHC to the new branch in Defence People Group. Is that correct?
That's correct, the new branch and potentially other parts of DPG.
Yes.
Yep,
Would be transferred out of Joint Health Command.
that's correct.
Now, it's fair to say that that this was information available to you by at least 6 June 2022.
Yes.
Yep. Now, it's taken until a meeting on 9 May to actually agree to transfer any functions. Is that correct?
Yes, so the agreement at my level was reached, was made on the 9th of May for a subset of these functions to be transferred.
Now, there's 3 functions have agreed to be transferred. Now, there are other functions within Joint Health Command that are being recommended to be transferred to the new branch and Defence People Group. When will those agreements be reached to transfer those functions?
I don't know when agreement will be reached. And to be clear, when you say recommendations, they were recommendations by the project team, as in Protiviti, recommendations made in the delivery of their report to us. They're not necessarily recommendations that have been agreed between Joint Health Command and DPG.
Now, you've had now 11 months at least to consider the transfers that are that are being recommended here by the contractor. That's correct, isn't it?
So, yes, it is correct. They delivered their report they completed their report in January 22, and that was considered by me in February of 2022.
Now, we're told that the branch, this is by Brigadier Langford, that the branch won't be mature till January 2025. Now, that the maturity of the branch seriously depends on the functions that are transferred from Joint Health Command into the new branch, doesn't it? The speed at which that occurs.
It is not dependent solely on the transfer of those functions.
No, but I suggest to you it's a very important matter in the branch becoming a mature branch, that happens.
It will contribute to the maturing of that branch as it is established and as it is grown.
That will be, we've got the decision in June 22 to establish the branch, and it'll be January 2025 before the branch is mature, is Brigadier Langford's understanding. Now,
I can't comment on Brigadier Langford's understanding.
but it very much depends on what you do as Commander of Joint Health Command and how quickly you consider and decide to transfer functions, doesn't it?
It is not just dependent on what I do or the decisions that I make.
But your decisions are very important to this process, aren't they?
I'm sure my decisions are very relevant, but the branch sits within DPG. So I would offer that the matters to do with the expansion, growth, establishment of that branch are more directly the responsibility of the Deputy Secretary of People Group and her team within People Group, that they do not just rely on decisions that are made in my command or recommendations that might emerge from within my command.
Yes, but if there's any resistance on your part to transfer of functions out of Joint Health Command into the new branch, that will delay the process, won't it, of maturity?
It would delay the process, and I would say there has been no resistance on my part or on the part of Joint Health Command to transfer functions.
Now, why can't it be achieved in the next 2 months, decided what's going to be transferred into the branch?
We have reached an agreement at my level of what is going to be transferred from the 1st of July, and that is subject to an approval process that is the authority of the group head.
Now, Operator, might you display Def 1206.0001.0001, and this was the document that Commissioner Douglas was referring to. Now, this is a note from, it's not your note.
Sorry, so I'm looking at an Army Online Pulse survey.
Def 1206.0001.0001. Thank you. Sorry, Def 1206.0001.0001. My apologies. It's yes. Now, this is not your note, but it is a note of concerning what's being transferred from within Defence People Group. It's been prepared by Dr. Paul Robarts, and it's dated 17 May 2023. Now, Operator, would you mind displaying the second dot point?
We might be at cross purposes, but the document number that you, Commissioner, read out appears to be a different document to what I'm looking at on screen.
I thought the one I read out was def.1206.0001.0001.
No, I think the document you may have read out, Commissioner, ended in 005.
That's the,
An email?
no, it wasn't an email.
Oh, okay.
I think I did see an email subsequently, but
I may be
think
at
I
cross
referred to
purposes.
that.
I'm just trying to keep track of it.
can we just leaf over the next couple of pages of this document?
It says the reference to a reserve psychologist in it.
Yes, that's the one I came across.
Now, now the continuous improvement framework is not being transferred by 1 July 2023. That's incorrect, is it?
No, that's not incorrect. And that's not inconsistent. Sorry, let me just, I haven't had an opportunity to consider this prior to now. Let me just read the paragraph. Yes, that does not align with the agreement. That does not reflect what we have agreed insofar as the reference to the continuous improvement framework.
Yep. It's the new strategy team that is the third item.
Correct.
Now, you'll see the second item there, ADF Centre for Mental Health Program Components.
Yes.
Operator, might you now go to the assurance check report, def.1063.0001.023. Might you go to the third page of that document, please? And might you bring up paragraph 8 on the third page? Now, this is part of the decision brief for CDF, and it's from September of 2022.
Yes.
And this concerns the if you just read that, with a broader enterprise initiative including the Defence Suicide Death Review process being developed by the ADF Centre for Mental Health, and other activities are expected to be initiated under the new branch. Now, this was from September last year, this document. Operator, might you next go to the footnote at the number 4 at the bottom of the next page, please. And display the footnote, please. This gap is anticipated to be addressed through the establishment of the branch within DBG and the Defence Suicide Death Review process being developed by ADF Centre for Mental Health. Now,
Witness, can the witness be shown the text that the footnote comes from? Please.
Now, might the witness be shown gaps, which is the first row at the top of that page? So no central area within Defence for all source information fusion on the issue of suicide. Now, as we've seen in paragraph 8, this was being developed by the ADF Centre for Mental Health. Now, where do we stand on the ADF Centre for Mental Health's work on the Defence Suicide Death Review process referred to in the assurance check report?
My understanding of the status of that work is that it is ongoing and that the current manager of the suicide prevention program, Dr. Nikki Jameson, who is in that position, is continuing to progress her work to develop what that process might look like. And that has included engagement with relevant network of subject matter expertise across the Five Eyes community that we are regularly engaged with, and other experts to inform how we might establish a more enduring, permanent process within Defence that can be utilised to comprehensively review the circumstances around deaths by suicide that occur.
Now, is that, you'll recall the second assignment that's been agreed, the ADF CMH bracket program components. Is this one of the elements, one of the components that's being transferred to the branch?
Yes.
And that's going to be effective 1 July 2023?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, thank you. Now, I wish to return to the matter of achieving a transfer of functions out of JHC into the branch as soon as possible. Now, I wish to return to that matter. Now, it's to have a branch that doesn't mature until January 2025 concerning such an important matter, I suggest to you is a little problematic. Do you agree with that?
I'd like to understand, problematic in what respect?
Do you have any concerns about the date, if it be maturity by January 2025 of the branch in such a significant area not being achieved until that date?
So as it relates to the work in terms of developing a suicide review process, and indeed the work that that team involved in the suicide prevention program do, that work is underway, is being done, will continue, whether or not that group of people are transferred to the new branch. So the reference to maturing of the entirety of the branch, I can't provide an opinion on whether or not, that is problematic, because I simply don't have direct visibility of what the full range of capabilities and activities and roles and responsibilities of the full branch will do. So in my view, that time frame of maturing that is offered around 2025 does not necessarily directly impact the ability of the Suicide Prevention Program Director to continue her work to establish what we need to put in place in terms of suicide prevention review process.
Now, the function of the branch was really set out in the decision brief of 6 June, wasn't it? What it was designed to achieve.
In broad terms, yes.
Now, you would agree, wouldn't you, that it's very important that the branch be able to achieve its objective as soon as possible?
Yes.
You would agree also, wouldn't you, that there should be no unnecessary delays in getting the branch fully operative to achieve its objectives?
Yes, I would agree that it would be preferable to have no unnecessary delays in it being established to achieve its objectives.
Now, I asked you questions about the period from June to November last year,
Yes.
and steps could have been taken in that period, couldn't they, to work out what functions should have been in the branch?
I object to that. The evidence is in fact the direct opposite.
Mr. Collins, yeah.
You might, Mr. Fordham, elaborate on his objection.
If you want me to in front of the witness, I will.
I'll withdraw the question. We've been to the matter. And we'll move on. Now, might we move next to the new strategy? Now, when was work commenced by Joint Health Command on the new strategy?
I'm just pausing to see if I can recall a period of time in which that occurred, but I can't answer that question off the top of my head.
Now, Joint Health Command has had responsibility for the development of the new strategy and will continue to have responsibility until 1 July 2023.
Yes.
Now, are you aware of what has been done so far to develop that strategy?
Yes, so we have established a steering group and a subordinate working group in partnership with DVA to progress that work.
In that regard, may I ask, we've heard that the date of 10 October 2022 was the first meeting. Is that correct?
Thank you, Mr. Connor. That sounds correct.
Now, no meetings with DVA and Defence prior to that to work out what was going to happen in this joint strategy. Is that correct?
There are regular and ongoing meetings with DVA in other forums at which I know the need to progress the work on developing the joint strategy have been discussed. So, for example, the Defence and DVA Links Committee. But I'm not in a position to really share exactly the details of that specifically.
These strategies are fundamental documents. You accept that, don't you?
Yes.
Now, and then action plans are developed under the high-level strategy.
So the design of the current strategy includes action plans as part of that.
Now, so they're going to be developed side by side, are they? The strategy and the individual action plans.
I'm not in a position to be able to confirm that for you, Mr. Connor.
Are you aware of the Defence Mental Health and Wellbeing Strategic Action Plan of 2018-2023?
Yes.
How familiar are you with that document?
In at a general level, I am familiar with that document.
Now, when will the new strategy be completed?
The new strategy is to be in place by the beginning of 2024.
So at the end of this year.
Correct.
Now, when does it need to be completed to be allowed to be printed and so on?
I'm not in a position to answer that question for you, Mr. Connor. I'm not close enough to the detail of that level of planning.
Are you overseeing, from your position as Commander of Joint Health, the development of this strategy?
My team have led the defence contribution to the development of that strategy as a task within my command. Since Brigadier Langford has been appointed to the role, that task of leading and being the co-chair of that steering group work has been transferred to Brigadier Langford, and she is responsible for that. My team in Joint Health Command still have responsibilities as major stakeholders and contributors to that development, and are intimately involved in the steering group and in the working group.
Isn't it fundamental that the people who understand the 2018-2023 strategy and what has been planned in that strategy, what has been implemented and what has been evaluated, and where things stand as a result of that strategy are involved in the development of the next strategy?
Yes, it is, and that is why my team are directly involved and why specific resources from my team that have done that work are being transferred to the new branch under Brigadier Langford, specifically for that very reason, Mr. Connor.
Right, thank you. Now, there was in November 2021 the final report on the Australian of the Australian Committee on Safety and Quality in Healthcare. And it performed a detailed analysis of, I think, 420 qualitative analysis of 400, more than 400 deaths by suicide. Are you aware of that document?
No, I'm not.
Would you, as Commander of Joint Health, be interested in seeing that document?
Without knowing more about that document, I'm not sure that I can answer that question. From the description that you've given, it sounds entirely relevant to my, team's portfolio. I'm not familiar with it. I can't confirm whether or not anyone in my team is familiar with it.
Now,
Can I just ask my friend for a reference to that on the tender list so I can look at it?
it's ASC.0001.
No.
Sorry,
So my question was the tender list.
it's not on the tender list. It's a question of general, it's been asked of other witnesses.
For clarity's sake, was that the document that examined over 400 military deaths?
Yeah, yes.
Thanks.
Sorry, yes, death by suicide of, yep. Now, the Suicide Prevention Subject Matter Expert Working Group, where is that within Joint Health Command?
So I believe you're referring to a working group that reports exists at a working level and is responsible to the Assistant Secretary of Health Protection and Policy within Joint Health Command.
There's a report, a significant report, delivered in January 2021. The document references SSH.1001.0001.0169. The report, that's not a familiar report to you, is it? Delivered January 2021.
It is not a report that I have seen in the course of my business. I have become aware of this report because it was in the tender bundle that was produced in response to the notice to produce to the proper officer.
Now, might we come to accountability and leadership very shortly? Now, just in terms of KPIs you referred to in your statement now, how is the Joint Health Command's delivery of the health and wellbeing being monitored, both for ADF members? Is that an easy question to answer or not?
Can you repeat the question?
How is CDF's delivery of ensuring the health and wellbeing of ADF members being monitored?
So could you take me to, could I see the part of my statement that you're referring to?
In the interest of time, we might skip over that.
Okay.
Now, Operator, might you please display paragraph 102 of Rear Admiral Sharkey's statement, please? And might you... These are senior leadership levels in defence. We don't have... Brigadier Langford's a one-star person. And how you're at that level, how can she have sufficient influence across the whole of defence to ensure the effective operation of this branch?
So Brigadier Langford is a one-star within the Department of Defence. That is a senior officer role within the defence hierarchy. Sorry.
Sorry,
Go on.
you proceed.
Within the positions that are listed there, she will report into the Band 3 led Deputy Secretary of Defence People position. And the question is, as I understand it, how will she exert influence from that level? Firstly, she's a brigadier, which is a senior officer position within Defence. That organisation, her branch will sit within an organisation that has overarching responsibility for a full range of workforce-related policies and service delivery. And it is through her position in that organisation that she will be able to shape and influence the way in which policies are set, policies are considered, policies are developed across the full range of workforce and human resource related policy areas that are within the remit of Defence People Group.
If the position was a two-star position, that would have much greater influence, wouldn't it? The capacity for much greater influence across the whole of defence.
No, I'm not sure I agree with the premise of that statement. It is common in defence for people at a one-star level to have significant influence where they have the remit and responsibility for a specific area of subject matter expertise.
But if there's some disagreement that arises from Joint Health Command as to what might be transferred, Brigadier Langford doesn't have a role. She is unable to direct you as Commander of Joint Health Command to transfer that current element of JHC issue.
She works to a Band 2 who works to a Band 3. The way we work in defence is through collaboration and communication and developing mutual understanding, and where issues cannot be resolved, there are well-trodden escalation and de-escalation pathways that can be leveraged to resolve any areas of dispute.
If there's areas of disputation in this transfer process, those areas should not delay this branch becoming operative to achieve its objective. Is that correct?
As a general statement, I agree that they should not impede or delay, but I would also contend from my perspective, there have not been significant disputes that have delayed this process. There has been good, prudent due diligence, leadership and management in terms of the way we have engaged between Joint Health Command and Defence People Group to reach an agreement.
It's taken since June 2022 till 9 May 2023 for you to reach a provisional agreement to transfer the spiritual health and the spiritual position. That's correct, isn't it?
there was not anywhere to transfer those positions to report to until Brigadier Langford was appointed to the position in November.
Why couldn't they be transferred in January 2023 then?
Because it takes time for a new incumbent in a brand new role that has not previously existed to ensure she understands what her job is going to be, and all of the fundamental requirements of being new in a position and establishing a new position.
Now, given that Brigadier Langford's been in the position now for 6 months or so, not more than 6 months, now there should be no delays for that reason, in transferring functions to make sure that this is an operative branch as soon as possible. Do you agree with that?
I can only talk to the role and the contributions from Joint Health Command. We have reached an agreement with Defence People Group as to what those recommendations will be. That needs to be formally approved at the appropriate level, which is the group head, to transfer resources and functions between groups. I don't see any impediment to that happening between now and the agreed timeframe. The other point that I would make is that when we talk about these roles and functions and resources that are going, there are human beings that are sitting in these roles. So, you know, we need to go through a deliberate process of engaging and communicating with the individuals that are impacted by this transfer as well.
Well, just taking the role that's fulfilled by Dr. Nikki Jemison, that's
Yes.
agreed to be transferred, Dr. Jemison could very well have educated Brigadier Langford on the matters that she is to deal with in the new branch, couldn't she?
I'm sorry, there's a line of questioning here that is speculating on what may or may not happen over a period. My friend's got specifics about things that did or did not happen. I'd invite him to put them.
I'll withdraw that question. Now, I see the time, and I'll allow some time for the commissioners to ask questions.
Thank you. Commissioner Brown?
Thank you. Rear Admiral, just a couple of questions. The new strategy between Defence and DVA, as I understand, is that to be a co-design
Yes.
approach. Could you just elaborate on what that means? How you're going about the co-design?
So the co-design process will require the representatives from the two departments to work together to determine what the priorities in the strategy need to be, how best to structure the strategy to meet the needs of both the DVA, Department of Veterans Affairs and Defence's needs. It is an important approach for the departments to take because foundationally the scope of the current strategies that exist within DVA and Defence actually cover, while veterans and their continuum is a constant, the scope of the current defence strategy also includes, it's a one defence approach, and it includes the public service that are within the Department of Defence. The current DVA strategy scope is not quite the same. So the co-design process is really going to be very important as we work to ensure that the relative priorities and the scope of those strategies are developed.
So what you're describing to me is that you're working jointly to establish those priorities and the structure, etc.
Yep.
Because my understanding of the word co-design is an approach that engages with stakeholders who actually have an active part
Yes.
in the development. I'm really wanting to understand, is that part of the approach?
Yes, my understanding is that all stakeholders will be engaged in that approach, including the voices of lived experience veterans, which are fundamental and foundational in the objectives of a joint strategy. And it will be broader as well in terms of other parts of the broader Australian systems that provide support to veterans in a whole of life, lifetime wellbeing sense. So I'm talking about equities in states and territories and Department of Health, other departments at a Commonwealth level.
Okay. Do you know how that engagement with the veterans and their families, how that will actually be undertaken? Do you have it? You may not know that level of detail.
I don't know that level of detail, Commissioner.
Okay, thank you. Can I just also ask another question? You referred to the work, I think, that Dr. Jamieson is undertaking to develop up the comprehensive process to review the circumstances of a death by suicide. I'm just curious if you know the answer to this, whether or not that approach is going to potentially be available to review the death of ex-serving as well as the serving. I appreciate there are some challenges in that, but you could understand why I might ask the question, because it would be very informative for Defence, I think, to understand what may have happened whilst someone who died by suicide after leaving Defence, what actually happened to them whilst they were in Defence. So I just wondered whether you could say whether or not that is actually part of the what's under consideration.
I would need to confirm whether or not that is. I agree with you that that would be very valuable. I see no reason why an approach, a process that is developed could not be utilised in that way.
Okay, thank you. And my last question is just in terms of what will be going forward, what will be the interaction or engagement between yourself as Commander of Joint Health Command and the Director General of the Mental Health Wellbeing Branch?
So I would imagine, we will have regular engagement, and at a working level, she is likely to have more regular engagement with her counterpart in my branch, respective branch heads. But I would imagine we would engage very frequently through a number of forums that we already engage with DPG including around Defence and DVA research, including around transition, including around the ADF Health Select Committee work, the Defence People Committee, and other work that arises. So we have a well-established, regular working relationship with people group in multiple ways, and I would envisage that the presence of a new DG in that network will be no different to the way in which we work with DPG now.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Douglas?
I take it that you're supervising Brigadier Langford and her performance of this new role for her, Rear Admiral?
I'm not her supervisor.
Aren't you?
My colleague, Dr. Paul Robards, the first Assistant Secretary of Defence People in Defence People Group, is her direct supervisor.
I see. Are you familiar with any work she's doing in preparing an implementation plan for her new position?
I'm aware that she is developing an implementation plan. I've had visibility of A3 document that sort of describes that visually through recent meetings that she has presented updates at. So I have some awareness, and I also have some awareness that my responsible DG that she works closely with is engaged in that process and has direct visibility of that.
That's Ms. Gregg, is it?
Sorry?
Is that Ms. Gregg?
No, I'm talking about my Assistant Secretary of Health Policy and Plans, so the one star that reports to me that has been working very closely with Brigadier Langford in terms of the establishment of the branch and the transfer of functions.
The Brigadier tells us, in answer to one of our long notices to give, that she expects this is the answer, paragraph 81, to question 22 in her statement. I expect that by the end of October 2023, there will be a finalised and endorsed branch implementation plan. Functional realignment activities will occur in parallel to ongoing refinement of the branch implementation plan, some of which is planned to be effective by early July 2023. What's your reaction to that as a timeline?
That's consistent with my understanding.
Do you think it could be sped up?
Well, I'm not sure I have a view. Could it be sped up? I'm not sure that I have a view on that. It is the timeline that I'm aware of. It seems consistent with, knowing the sort of range and complexity of tasks that are entailed in that, noting her capacity and her priorities in terms of the work that she's doing to lead the new strategy and the thinking around the branch and, other responses that she's been contributing to. That timeline seems reasonable to me.
It's close to a year after she was appointed. I comment.
Yes, it is close to a year. It takes time to establish new positions. It takes time to recruit to new positions. It takes time to manage individuals, if they are moving around the organisation. It is important that we set Caitlin and the new branch up for success. So there does need to be some deliberate decision-making that is in and around the establishment of this new capability.
You'd agree, wouldn't you, that the military can set up task forces much more quickly than that? For instance, the task force that's responsive to this Royal Commission?
I agree that task forces have been established very quickly in the past, including for this commission. But my reflection of that would be that unlike a task force that is required in support of something like a Royal Commission or Defence's response to the Afghanistan inquiry, or task forces around, the Defence's response and contributions to COVID, is that there were less deliberate decisions and complex, structural decisions and design work that was required in some of those task forces than is required to establish a new capability for such an important task as is inherent in mental health and wellbeing of Defence members.
But isn't it largely a reorganisation of an existing task?
No, I don't believe so. I think it entails potentially a range of new functions that have not been done in one location before. So there are elements that are not new that we are transitioning that are more coherently managed centrally within that branch. But in addition to that, there is new positions being created, new position descriptions, new job requirements, new tasks, roles and functions that will be inherent in that branch that have not previously existed.
I just want to expand on that a little bit, if I may, Rear Admiral. So, Commissioner Douglas mentioned the establishment of the response group to this commission and other bodies. For instance, the ones that the ADF sets up to support the civil powers in response to disasters, floods, fires, and so on. Isn't it the same process of establishing positions and moving people and worrying about the individuals into a newly established entity or unit? What's the difference, I guess I'm trying to understand, between moving fairly quickly to do things that are pressing, such as a response to this Royal Commission, and I would argue just as much of a pressing matter, the issue of addressing suicides?
So I agree it's a very pressing matter, the issue of suicides. I think the foundational level issue that I am trying to explain, or that I would offer, is that there are unlike the task force responses, which were around centralising communication and ensuring the defence planning and the execution and operational level functions were well coordinated in a single point for those task forces for those various activities. What we're talking about with establishing this branch is potentially acquiring, recruiting, developing, growing, planning and designing a group of new capabilities that arguably do require some more technical level specialised skills, for instance, around data analytics, around this subject matter expertise, around the notion of well-being factors. So they are not necessarily common skills or capabilities that are easily picked up from one part of defence and plopped into this new capability. We're talking about a more enduring, sophisticated and complex capability that is trying to be established, as opposed to a task force that is focused around well-trodden, well-oiled core jobs and tasks that Defence is very capable of doing and has lots of skills in doing and delivering.
What would those skills be in relation to responding to this Royal Commission that are well-oiled and well-practiced?
Information management, workflows, tasking, communication, planning.
Are they not the same? Are those skills not required for the...
I'm not saying that they're not required, but in addition to that, the new branch will have a whole lot of other expectations from it and accountabilities for being a centre from which expert advice can be provided, can be sought from various parts of Defence and provided on the issues to do with mental health and wellbeing. So that will require Defence to ensure that that branch is set up with an appropriate skill mix and expertise that will be able to deliver on those capabilities. And I don't believe, in my opinion, that that is something that can be easily identified from within the existing footprint of Defence and cut and pasted across. Now, there are some of those elements, clearly the ones that are in Joint Health Command that have some of those expertise, but there's a whole range of expertise across the other lifetime wellbeing factors that could be, in other domains that might also need to be recruited that don't currently exist within Defence.
Okay, just one other point. I believe that Air Commodore Courtney is a 2-star equivalent. The effort in the matter we're talking about, is a 1-star. Do you have any comment about that?
So Air Vice Marshal Courtney, I
Yes.
believe, is a 2-star. I know is a 2-star. So yes, she is a 2-star. This is a 1-star. But both of those positions are very senior positions in the defence hierarchy. So I don't believe that there is a disadvantage inherent in Brigadier Langford's position being a 1-star as opposed to a 2-star. It sits within a central group within Defence, and will be enabled to exert influence and direction and advice just as well as a 2-star would be in that position. So I don't agree with the premise that it is somehow a junior position or without the ability to influence and accelerate the issues that we need to get after in the strategy.
Thank you. Mr. Fordham, any questions?
No, thank you.
Mr. Fraser, any questions?
No questions. Thank you, Commissioner.
Mr. Connor, any matters arising?
Nothing, Commissioner.
Is the witness to be
Released from
excused?
her
Okay.
summons. Thank you.
Rear Admiral, thank you for the evidence today, and thank you for the preparation effort that you've put into, obviously, yet again, responding to our questions. They are appreciated. You're excused from your summons to appear. If there's no other matters, we'll adjourn for lunch till 1:15.
Thank you.
All rise. The Royal Commission is adjourned to 1:15 p.m. The Royal Commission is resumed. Please be seated.
Thank you, Mr. Connor.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioners, this afternoon, Brigadier Caitlin Langford, who's the Director General of the Mental Health and Wellbeing Branch, is here to give evidence. Might Brigadier Langford be sworn in, please?
Brigadier Caitlin Langford, do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Operator, would you please display the tender bundle list for Brigadier Caitlin Langford? Thank you. Commissioners, I tender the documents listed there in rows 1 to 14, the rows in blue in the usual way.
Thank you, Mr. Connor. I'll be accepted on that basis and allocated the next lot of numbers. Thank you.
Operator, would you please display def.quadruple9.0075.0001 Brigadier Langford's statement? Now, Brigadier, that's the first page of your statement.
Yes.
Now, are there any corrections that you wish to make to your statement?
No.
You may need to come a little bit more forward to or
No.
have the microphone a little closer to you. Now,
Brigadier, perhaps you could just move the microphone down so it's closer.
Thank you. Commissioner.
It'll be better.
now, Commissioners, you'll see that Brigadier Langford has responded to 32 questions. Commissioners, I'm unable to go into Brigadier Langford's background. There are references to it in two places. One is in the early part of Brigadier Langford's statement, and the second place is in Brigadier Langford's information provided for the application for the position of Director General.
Thank you.
Now, just generally, is it fair to say that your principal experience is in the managerial space?
Mr. Connor, I've had command, leadership and management experience within health positions and on operations, as well as personnel roles.
Now, you don't have any particular expertise, do you, in mental health and wellbeing space, do you?
So just to clarify, Mr. Connor, are you asking if I'm a clinician?
No,
A
I'm
registered-
asking whether you have particular expertise in mental health, in the mental health and wellbeing space.
Yes, I do, insofar as that I've command, led and managed mental health practitioners and supported them in delivering what they deliver to ADF members.
Would you mind bringing
Sorry,
that?
Mr. Connor, could I just interrupt? Could you please
Bring the
move the microphone
phone.
even closer?
Yep.
It's really difficult to...
Just even a little bit closer, perhaps. Now, you're asked some questions in your statement, or responded to those questions in your statements. Questions 26, 27 and 28. Operator, might you please display that part of It's questions 26, 27 and 28. Now, that's on page 24 to 28, sorry, 24 and 25 of the statement. Now, you've been asked some questions about the ADF headquarters assurance check report, and you've responded there. Now, might we look at the, well, you've said in, operator, might you go back to paragraph 14 on page 4 and display paragraph 14, please? Now, you've said there that a key focus includes the co-design and working through the opportunities identified in the assurance check report. So we'll be asking you some questions about the opportunities in the assurance check report. Now, when speaking of working through the opportunities, when did you first become aware of the existence of the assurance check report?
From my recollection, the first time I became aware of that particular assurance check report was when it was referenced in my notice to give, my initial notice to give.
So you're not told about it before
No.
receiving a request from the Commission? Now, did you make any inquiries as to why you hadn't been given the assurance check report?
Yes, I did.
And what did you find an explanation as to why you weren't given the assurance check report immediately on assuming your position as Director General?
Yes, I did, Mr. Connor. I approached the Chief of Staff, ADF headquarters, and asked about the assurance check report, and we had a meeting on that. And it was a very conscious decision by ADF headquarters to hold that task until I was a branch that could function in that space. I was an individual with another staff member at that point.
So the position was you weren't even to know of, see the report when you assumed office?
Correct.
Did you ask why that was the case?
Yes, well, yes, I did. And it was based on the fact that I couldn't have done anything with that because I did not have capacity. I wasn't a functioning branch.
But you could, of course, have read the report and understood what was forthcoming, couldn't you?
Yes, I did. And I did.
When did you do that?
At that time.
You read the report in very shortly after you were appointed?
Correct. No, sorry, as a result of the notice to give preparation.
Right, right. Now, I was asking you about why you weren't told of that earlier. What's your position, from your position as Director General? Do you believe that it was appropriately withheld from you?
I think it gave due consideration that even if I had it and reviewed it, at that point I could not have done anything with it necessarily.
But you could have understood what was recommended in
Yes,
there.
that is correct.
Now, are other documents, have you found other documents that have been withheld from you on the basis that the branch is not set up?
I don't know that I would say actively withheld.
But hasn't that one been, the assurance check report, been actively withheld from you?
I would say consciously considered when I would be presented that information to start planning and leading, as indicated in the recommendations and opportunities.
Now, you've studied it, that document, since you saw it in April
Yes.
of this year. Now, operator, might you display the assurance check report, which is def.1063.0001.023. Might you go to .0038, please, operator. Might you go to the foot of the page and to the recommendations, please, operator. Now, this you've told us in your statement is now a key responsibility for the branch.
Understanding what next to do with the opportunities, yes.
I don't quite follow the answer to that. Would you mind elaborating on that answer?
Could we bring the opportunities part of this document up? And I can refer to that.
We'll just locate that segment of the document. Now, 0026. Thank you, operator.
So we'll understand at this point in time, there has been a non-technical review of a number of IGADF reports into suicides. 57 suicides, 59 reports were reviewed. The next step moving forward is to provide that technical review of those reports. And that is happening as we speak right now. There is an element there, as you'll note, information sharing with the Office of IGADF. And my understanding is ADF headquarters is pursuing that. There are opportunities you'll see with business enhancement practices, and that's an aspect that we are considering, and particularly I will see it a key focus for me to understand with how we'll progress this in the future as a business as usual, forward planning of an annual review.
Now, might we come back to the recommendations themselves? Operator, might you display paragraph 14? On page .0038 of that document. Thank you, operator. Might you display the recommendations at the foot of the page, please, operator? Might you display recommendation, the first recommendation? You've said these are key responsibilities, together with the creating, or in your words, co-designing the joint new strategy. Two of the key responsibilities and key points of focus for you in your position and the branch.
Yes.
Now, what's happened in relation to 43, recommendation 43A, so far as you know now?
I can talk about what I have personally done. I have held a roundtable with the previous DSIM, the Director of Select Strategic Issues Management, and the author of this assurance check report. I also included a couple of my staff that I have on my team and the new incumbents fulfilling that role, as well as a Joint Health Command Information Insights capability.
Now, you called that meeting
Yes.
very urgently, didn't you?
I wanted to understand the background, understand some of the context for the generation of the report. I was understanding that this was a task, and I was trying to fill the knowledge gaps with how did we get to this, and what did the team that derived this assurance check consider moving forward, because you'll note it presents opportunities.
I've heard you say that. Yeah. Now, what if the Royal Commission had not requested that you provide a statement? How would you have come to know of the existence of the assurance check report?
I have no doubt I would have been furnished with this.
When?
Mr. Connor, I can't put a time frame on that,
But
but I'm aware of it now.
yes, but
yeah.
it seems to be purely the Royal Commission drawing it to your attention that you even find out about it. That's correct, isn't it?
This is a question which is temporal, which I can't pinpoint whether I would have known a week after or 2 months after. The basis for not presenting it to me on day one was because I didn't have the resources to affect anything aligned with those
Yep.
opportunities.
You could have read it on day one, of course, couldn't you?
Yes. Yes.
Now, are you satisfied with the explanation as to why you weren't provided with it personally? Or would you have... I'll stop the question after. Are you personally satisfied with the explanation that was given to you for not providing it to you immediately on your appointment?
It has informed my analysis of the branch and some of the functions that it would be fulfilling moving forward. But again, whether I knew it on the 21st of November or in March or April, I don't think is as important as the fact I know now, and it's very key function.
Yes, but it's, as I pointed out to you, you only know because the Royal Commission has drawn it to your attention. That's the case, isn't it?
There was every intention I would be furnished with this.
Who had that intention and when?
Chief of Staff, Australian Defence Headquarters.
Now, when did he tell you he would have provided it to you? Or did he tell you when he would have provided it to you?
No, there wasn't a specific date identified. There was awareness that I was in a branch of one and that in time I would be provided this.
Now, it's a very significant analysis, isn't it?
It is presenting a baseline to understand this issue, yes.
It's a very significant analysis, isn't it?
Yes.
Now, I suggest to you, you would have very much benefited from reading this very shortly after you came into the role. Do you agree or disagree?
I disagree.
You've thought long and hard about your response there. Is that the case?
Yes, and as I say, it was only a matter of time when I was furnished with the report and then could inform my planning.
You look to be trying to excuse the failure of your being provided with this very important report shortly after you took office.
I object to that. If my friend wants to put a positive proposition, he can, despite the fact that it's offensive and probably goes to credit.
The objection is he's asking the witness to comment on somebody else's evidence, I suppose. Is that it?
Yeah, and everybody's impression of what it is she's doing.
Yes. I think you could rephrase it, Mr. Connor.
If you, the tribunal, please. Now, let's look at each of these recommendations. Now, you had the meeting, you called it urgently. How long did the meeting go for?
I cannot recall. It was an initial discussion.
It's an initial discussion.
Yes.
Have you had any subsequent meetings concerning this matter?
No.
It's a key focus and a key responsibility, isn't it?
Yes.
Now, what's going to happen concerning recommendation 43A?
Joint Health Command will be looking to provide a technical review of those reports.
Have you made inquiries of Joint Health Command as to when that will be done?
I am aware, because I've been included in correspondence, that Joint Health Command acknowledges the importance of this task, and at this point in time will be prioritising effort to it, although it has capacity constraints.
Now, is the group carrying out this coming to the branch at any stage soon?
There will be elements from the ADF Centre for Mental Health that will be a part of this process, and the answer is yes. I'm not sure what other technical expertise may be required to review this assurance check report.
Have Joint Health Command given you a time frame as to when this will be completed?
No,
Have you asked?
they don't have a time frame is the answer.
Have you asked? Have you asked Joint Health Command?
They have been asked to review these reports with a technical lens. They have not got a time frame for when they will do it. So it's irrelevant whether I ask or not. The answer is they don't have a time frame.
Have you taken any steps to encourage prompt action on this with Joint Health Command?
Not this particular activity, no.
Operator, might you go to the next paragraph, 43B? Now, this is a significant recommendation, isn't it?
Yes.
You accept that?
Yes.
What do you understand as to the nature of this recommendation?
That this will be Joint Health Command led, and it will be based on the information that they have at that time on those members within their Defence e-health system.
Now, this recommendation was made in September 2022. Have you ascertained what has happened concerning this recommendation?
No,
No?
no,
You've made no inquiries?
no.
Why not?
Because I know that it has been handed over from ADF headquarters to Joint Health Command, and that they have been provided the reports with a positive control over those reports, given the sensitive nature of them, and then they will conduct their review.
Now, when will this be completed?
As I've said, Mr. Connor, there is no time frame that's been put on that by Joint Health Command. It's an issue of capacity.
Have you spoken to Joint Health Command about urging this to occur promptly?
No.
Is there some reason why you haven't?
From my perspective, this body of work reviewing that particular tranche 1 will happen. I'm focused on preparing the branch to be able to explore those opportunities and set conditions for us to provide that coalescing function, which is what this new branch will provide. So my effort has been in setting the branch up to have those expertise and consider what that might look like to be able to provide the review, drawing on other aspects that are needed to understand the context from the services. So acknowledging that the health component and technical component is one aspect. So I'm setting conditions for us to take this in a leadership role and to coalesce this information.
Now, this needs to occur relatively quickly, doesn't it? Do you accept that?
Can my friend define what this is, please?
The carrying out of the process that is fulfilling the recommendation in paragraph 43B.
Can you please rephrase that question?
Of course. Now, you understand the nature of the recommendation here. Now, the fulfilling of this particular recommendation needs to occur in the near future, doesn't it? You accept that?
Yes, we need to understand what this might present, what opportunities with regards to information that we can glean from Joint Health Command's technical review, the insight from the IGADF report review, and the context provided by the services as well. So we need to be able to understand those components led by this branch moving forward. I agree, because what I'm confident of is it will provide further understanding on how we develop a robust assurance plan moving forward, and that's been my focus.
But it's very important it occurs without undue delay. Isn't that the case?
Well, I think the fact of the matter is the issue is a priority, as in the subject matter. We've got to get these processes appropriately mapped, and we've got to understand the resources required to generate this review, because it's not resource neutral. And I'm looking to understand the tranche 1 review with the service context and the health context, and considering what this branch might need to affect an assurance plan moving forward.
But you need to know when you're going to get the results of this material to then plan your branch, aren't you?
This is part of it. There's also tranche 2, which I believe we've had mentioned this week. So that's looking at the next year, so this current year, IGADF reports that are received this calendar year. So tranche 2 will then reinforce or provide more opportunities that we hadn't realised or gaps of information which we can better understand moving forward from tranche 2. And that's where I would see that I'm better positioned to take on that leadership function and coalescing this information.
But any delay on the part of JHC in carrying out this activity is going to impact on the functions of the branch, isn't it?
Not necessarily.
Now, you're appointed, you took your position on the 21st of November last year. How long are you in the position for?
6 months.
How long will you be in the position for?
End of next year is my understanding. Most postings are 2 years.
The postings are 2 years?
Yeah.
So you'll be gone from the branch in November or December of 2024?
Arguably that's the case. Things can change. It's a dynamic space, career management. So
You expect to leave in November or December of 2024?
at this point, yes.
Now, I think you have referred to in your statement to a mature branch not being in place till January 2025. That's what you've said, isn't it?
A more mature branch, I think is how I would use the term. But yes,
More mature?
yes.
Does that mean a properly functioning branch at that point?
So I will consider the approach for the growth of this branch and acknowledging that it involves other elements being transferred from Joint Health Command, but that's not the whole answer to what's going to be resident in the branch and the functions the branch will be fulfilling, back to the assurance check task. But if we applied a maturity model to this, we can't assume that we've got a start state of absence. So the functions that are supporting the mental health and wellbeing of particularly the ADF members, but across the enterprise, is happening at this point in time. And since the 21st of November, I have focused on those key tasks which will drive the functions of the branch moving forward. And that's the strategy, most importantly. You don't build an organisation based on a structure. We can ill afford to have an organisation that is bigger than it needs to be or is not fit for purpose. So acknowledging that the strategy is driving this, that is where I've focused the majority of effort with my small staff.
Now, in paragraph 56, you say, at this stage, I anticipate the branch will be in a mature state from January 2025. You've now added more mature state.
I think it's going to evolve beyond that.
No, but you're leaving, likely at the end of November 2024.
And so we build in robust handovers and takeovers. We have a system of stewardship. So I'm not concerned that I might not be there in January 26. I'm confident that this will be seamless and that there will be something more than what we see today by January 25.
Now, we're interested to explore with you what appear on the face of it to be delays, slowness, as it were, in things happening concerning this new branch. Now, just take, for example, recommendation 43B. Would you mind displaying that again, please, operator? Now, this report is in September of 2022. It's at this concerns deceased people. It's fundamental that this is explored and that it's explored promptly. You agree with that or disagree?
Yes, I agree.
Now, and you've inquired of Joint Health Command as to where they're at on this?
No, I haven't. I haven't needed to. I've been privy to the correspondence. They haven't put a time frame on it. They have the task.
When did they start the task?
I am not aware of the status, whether they've started, they've acknowledged and the receipt of the task, and my understanding is they've received the reports to consider.
Now since September 2022, we're standing at May of 2023. Now, shouldn't you be pushing this to happen quickly?
My focus has been on what happens with Tranche 2 and how I can structure the branch to support an assurance framework. From my perspective, this will be but one task for the branch, an important one, but an annual review, backcasting on IGADF reports received in a calendar year. I'm wanting to focus moving forward what other aspects of assurance of our system, what other information requirements we can feed into the organisation to provide a greater and enhanced analysis, because you acknowledge that there were some shortcomings identified with Tranche 1. So I'm looking at what next moving forward. I understand Tranche 1 will occur. Joint Health Command will provide their input to that. They are at capacity. I understand that the services will provide the context. But I also recognise at this point that our information is not perfect at this time. So it's not lending itself to a complete and robust review. I'm trying to look at what we need moving forward, and that is where my interest lies.
I suggest to you what you need is recommendation 43B fulfilled as soon as possible.
I object to this. A plain reading of 43B is that Joint Health Command considered doing something. So on one view, it's been fulfilled. If my friend wants to ask a different question about what's happened as a result of that, that's fine. But this, cross-examining on this recommendation in this way is impermissible given what is actually written there as the recommendation.
Mr. Connell?
I think my friend is pointing to the distinction between consider, whether
Well,
or
I
not
think
we'll
he
do
is.
something.
He's saying that it's a recommendation to consider, but you're examining conduct arising out of it.
I needn't take any further time on this.
No.
Now, operator, might you display the next paragraph 43C? Have you made any inquiries from your position as Director General of the branch concerning 43C?
No,
Do you have any explanation as to why you haven't?
I haven't got capacity to manage that at this time.
Does that apply to each of the other recommendations, D, E and F?
Correct. So the assumption is that we're a functioning branch. At this point in time, it's a branch implementation team.
Now, you said, of course, this was a key focus of yours, one of two.
It is understanding assurance.
Now, you're familiar with the Defence Mental Health and Wellbeing Strategy 2018 to 2023?
Yes, I am.
That was an early document you read when you came into the position?
Yes.
Have you reviewed that document extensively?
Yes, I have.
Are you satisfied that the what is planned in that document and proposed in that document has been achieved?
No. I understand that the continuous improvement framework and the importance of having that established at the beginning was not necessarily resourced and present. However, the Joint Health Command have developed a continuous improvement framework supported by the University of Canberra's support in this space, in the research, and identifying opportunities to improve evaluation and monitoring of strategies
Where did you obtain that information from?
through my engagement with Joint Health Command.
Who at Joint Health Command?
So a particular individual,
Yes.
so it would be my counterpart, the Assistant Secretary, Health Protection and Policy.
And what was said concerning the strategic objective number 6, continuing improvement framework? What did you learn?
There's an acknowledgement that evaluating the strategy action plans fell short, that our data that we have in defence was not lending itself to robust evaluation, and Canberra University identified that very early on, and it presented some options on how we can improve that moving forward, which is what I'm very interested in. So,
Have you read the University of Canberra reports?
yes, I have.
Now, have you adopted any of the, or have you encouraged adoption of any of the recommendations in that report?
Yes, I have.
Now, I think there are 26 recommendations made in the report released in January of 2021. How many of those have been adopted?
I would need to look at those 26 recommendations. I was just referring to the fact that I acknowledged that a strategy needed to have a continuous improvement framework built at the time of the strategy. So the action plans that we will be developing moving forward, I understood needed to be measurable and evaluated and have a system to do that on an annual basis. That's where I'm coming from with regards to the understanding from the continuous improvement framework body of work from University of Canberra, and that's what the opportunity I see with the next strategy, building that in upfront as critical.
It of course is strategic objective number 6. Now, what has strategic objective number 6 been achieved in your view?
So the report will be finished by the end of this year, and we'll have a better understanding of that. However, it's fair to say up front that at this point in time, the mechanisms and the data and the way that we evaluate can be improved and enhanced as recommended by University of Canberra.
Now, the new strategy, of course, the new joint strategy is to be released by the end of the year. So may I ask you this, how can you possibly achieve any sensible review of the strategic objective 6 concerning continuing improvement framework without having the University of Canberra position settled until the end of the year?
So I think it needs to be clear that it's not a static body of work, and that there are habitual relationships being formed by this branch implementation team and those members involved and key players within Joint Health Command with the current strategy. I have recruited, albeit it takes time, but I have recruited an EL1 with skills and qualifications in measurement and evaluation. Now, she's new to defence, but she's not new to health, and I'm very excited to bring her on board with fresh eyes. She will be the nucleus from the backbone for my continuous improvement framework team. We will be recruiting against 2 APS 6 positions now to also provide some capacity to work alongside the University of Canberra team and Joint Health Command team whilst we understand over the next 6 months what we should be considering and putting in place.
Now, you're not receiving, the report is not due from the University of Canberra till the end of the year.
No, but there are already recommendations, as you cited, for us to consider.
Those recommendations were made in, I think, January of 2021. They're the ones I was referring to.
I would have to refresh myself with those 26
I
recommendations.
still don't see how you're going to achieve a proper strategy, new strategy, without having this material available to you
So I
well
think
before the end of the year.
I object to that. Is that a question?
It's not framed as one, it's a comment. You can rephrase it.
I'll withdraw it. Now, you're going to have within the new strategy a continuing improvement framework, is that the case?
absolutely.
And it's going to be very dependent on your analysis of the strategic objective number 6 in the 2018 to 2023 strategy, isn't it?
Sorry, can you rephrase that question?
You are going to be very dependent and interested in strategic objective number 6 and how that is worked out.
Absolutely. Yes, so that will inform the lessons and the opportunities. So I just need to make clear that the strategy is the overarching document which will nest the life course between a member who starts in the department, has a career within the department, and then transitions out of the department, with DVA focused on those veteran members, so the ADF through that life course. It's the action plans that nest beneath that overarching strategy, which is where we'll provide measures, evaluation, identify resources, and identify accountable authorities. That's where we need to apply the continuous improvement framework. The fact that we will have one will be articulated within the overarching strategy. But the granularity of how we do it, the implementation of the strategy, is based on the action plans, and they will not be completed by January 24. Some may be, but not all will be, and that is not a problem because the work to support a member is currently occurring as we speak. And I'm taking a systems approach to the action plans.
Why is that not a problem, that it's delayed into 2024 sometime?
Because you need to develop the strategy first.
But you're not concurrently developing strategy and action plans?
So we are. So, for example, I think it's the transition action plan. There's been some working groups already looking at that. So that will be, I guess, for want of a better term, our pilot action plan. And the approach that I'm taking moving forward is that this will be a systems approach. So as compared with stovepiping it to an organisational or particular facility focus. I'll expand on that a little bit more. So if you're looking at transition as a function, we have the Joint Transition Authority as an accountable authority for transition functions across the ADF. However, JTA doesn't deliver every aspect of transition, although it has accountable authorities. The services contribute to that space. Joint Health Command contributes to that space. We have member family support will contribute to that space. So this action plan will be a systems-based approach to delivery of transition effects.
Now, last time there was an action plan, that's under the 2018 to 2023 strategy. There was an action plan for Defence Mental Health and Wellbeing Strategic Action Plan. Have you read that document?
Yes, I have.
Now, is there a Defence Mental Health and Wellbeing Strategic Action Plan under development?
No,
No?
no. So again, within that action plan, there needs to be capacity to measure effectiveness and outcomes. There doesn't need to be a strategic action plan on mental health. However, there will be a Defence Health System action plan. Again, accountable authorities, the Surgeon General, with a technical authority over the delivery of ADF healthcare to the ADF members wherever. Now, delivery of healthcare is not just the role and remit of Joint Health Command. The services contribute to that as well. So with a systems-based approach, we can refine and focus ADF's delivery of support to ADF members and then provide some capacity to identify resources needed to support what we do in delivery of mental health to the ADF.
Now, it was thought appropriate to have in 2018 a Defence Mental Health and Wellbeing Strategic Action Plan. Is it you that's decided not to have one for the next, for the future from 2024 onwards?
There is an action plan. It's the Defence Health System Action Plan, which will focus the resources that the Surgeon General has technical authority over, with particular focus on the ADF. So I'm actually refining and spotlighting what we do for our ADF members through the Defence Health System. So it's not either or. I'm actually reinforcing what we're doing for our ADF members through the Defence Health System.
You well appreciate, of course, it goes beyond the clinical, as it were, mental health conditions. It goes to the 6 other wellbeing matters that you refer to.
Yes, absolutely.
Now, is that going to be covered in this action plan?
So I would consider that all of the action plans would be framed against the lifetime wellbeing factors. That provides us a good baseline. But what that entails from delivery of ADF mental health support, you'll see that they contribute to that space and delivery of clinical aspects of care. That is their role and remit.
Now, what about an action plan concerning suicide prevention? Is that under consideration?
So suicide prevention will be one of those resources and programs and policy that will be part of the overarching strategy, and it will be identified in how we deliver our support through the Defence Health System. So yes.
Just through the Defence Health System and not across the whole of Defence?
No, I see an opportunity to increase our literacy and our stigma awareness of suicidality across the enterprise. So there will be an action plan that focuses on those other elements of our workforce that are not in uniform.
Now, just returning for a moment to the continuous improvement framework. Now, when is the branch to get whatever the team is in JC, Joint Health Command, dealing with the continuous improvement framework? Do you know the date of that?
So I just need to be clear that there will be 2 concurrent continuous improvement frameworks. One focused on the current extant strategy, which is in Joint Health Command, and I'm developing my own, at this stage, continuous improvement framework to work alongside with habitual relationships with the current team, future focused on the development of the new strategy. I will receive an ASL for an APS 6, which I will recruit to from 1 July from Joint Health Command, and the EL1 position and ASL will come across at the end of this year once that continuous improvement framework body of work is complete.
Now, may I take you, sorry, operator, may you display paragraph 85, which is on page 21 of Brigadier Langford's statement. Might you display, look at the start, just remind you of paragraph 85. And this is where you set out
Yes.
you now have the defence lead on the co-design work.
Yes, I do.
How long have you had that for?
Officially, a couple of weeks.
Now, to provide a fulsome response, you sought advice concerning what had been undertaken
Yes.
prior to your appointment.
Yes.
Now, Operator, would you please display paragraph D? There's an inception meeting with DVA and Defence members on 10 October 2022 concerning the developing the joint strategy. Is that correct?
Are you asking me if I was at that meeting?
No, I'm asking you whether
Yes.
you weren't at that meeting.
No,
of
I
course.
was not. No.
Now, that, so far as you understand, is the first
Yes.
meeting. Now, does DVA have a continuous improvement framework? Do you know?
I would suggest they will.
Have you had discussions with DVA concerning a continuous improvement framework?
I haven't specifically, no.
Do you know anyone who has had discussions?
I would have to confirm with Joint Health Command if they have.
Now, you haven't raised it with any meeting that you've had with DVA since in the various meetings that you referred to since then?
Not as a specific line of inquiry, no.
Now, it's to be, of course, a joint strategy. Now, and this is for a whole of life, as it were, for Defence
Yes.
members. So you're looking to integrate a whole of life perspective. Is that what you're trying to do in this joint
Yes,
strategy?
it is.
And we'll see that emerge, will we, when we see the strategy?
Yes.
Now, are you personally having any discussions with anyone at DVA concerning a whole of life approach?
So can you please...
For the purpose of this new strategy, a very significant document, the health and wellbeing strategy, are you having any discussions with anyone at DVA? This is you personally, from the perspective of Director General of this new branch, with responsibility to lead defence on the co-design.
Yep.
Now, how are you going to get a whole of life perspective?
So this is again, supporting the Productivities Commission 17.4. This is what is driving this co-designed strategy. It is specifically acknowledging that we need a whole of life approach based on lifetime wellbeing factors, those of which have been agreed between Defence and DVA. So they underpin the approach, and we understand that there's a temporal aspect as well. And if you think about serve well, transition well, and live well, I think that's the current frame we could use to describe it. So that is the baseline for the approach to the strategy development.
Now, just from your perspective, as now being 2 weeks ago being made the lead for
Yes.
co-design, do you think this should have started much earlier or not?
So it was agreed verbally that I was the lead. It was understood that I would lead the new strategy, and indeed I wanted to lead the new strategy. So as far as making it official, I think that's almost a moot point.
I'm asking about the process in fulfilling the recommendation 17.4 of the Productivity Commission, which was released, I think, in June of 2020. And I was putting to you that the process of developing a joint strategy, whether it was your view, this should have commenced much earlier than an inception meeting on 10 October last year.
Object to that. You'd have to establish that the witness has a full knowledge of what did and didn't happen.
Mr. Connor, the Brigadier came in the mid-November roughly, didn't she?
And has made inquiries of Joint Health Command set out in paragraph 85, and has accepted that she is now the lead for defence, and accordingly would be expected to make inquiries as to what has happened in the past concerning the strategy and the information.
Have you clarified that she made such an inquiry?
The inquiry that's been made is in paragraph 85, she's inquired of Joint Health Command and presumably inquired fully, and we have the reference in paragraph to the impact meeting, the inception meeting. And my question concerned whether in her role as now lead and Director General of this branch, whether she was thought that this, given the Productivity Commission recommendation in 2020, should have happened earlier.
My inclination, Mr. Fordham, at the moment is when one looks at paragraph 85, it does look as if she's made inquiries about the processes before this. I'd have thought she could be asked this question.
I accept exactly what you're saying, except that there are references in here to things that don't have dates on them. And the question's a broad one. If a friend wants to ask, should the inception meeting referred to in paragraph D have occurred earlier, that's a different concept to a wrapped up proposition about...
I think I'll allow him to explore it. This witness seems to me to be able to make distinctions of that nature.
Sure, as your commissioner.
Do you want to repeat the question, Mr. Connor, to assist the witness?
Now, your...
One sip. Okay, sorry.
Now, you refer to the inception meeting, and 2 weeks ago you've got, was it unofficial responsibility or official responsibility 2 weeks ago as defence lead on the new strategy?
Sorry. So when I took up the role on the 21st of November, I understood that I would be leading the new strategy, and subsequent discussions with my boss and Surgeon General on the 6th of December clearly identified that a key priority for the branch was the strategy. 2 weeks ago, it was messaged to the organisation that I am now the authority for the lead. I had been fulfilling that role up until then.
Now, is it your view that this process should have started earlier if it be the case that the first event was an inception meeting on 10 October last year, or not?
I can't comment on that, but I can say that Joint Health Command has done work prior to that in understanding what the new strategy might look like.
Now, and you're confident that the new strategy will be released by what date?
By the end of the year.
December or?
Well, it will be rolled out in January 24. That's what I can say.
Now, what about the production costs of the production time taken for the strategy itself? How much time is taken up there?
I have no idea, excuse me. I do not have an answer on that. I know that there is not much time between now and the end of the year. I accept that, and I'm looking forward to focusing on that.
Now, you don't know whether it needs to be delivered in November, for example, to the printers or someone.
No, I don't.
Now, the action plan that you speak of, with the name that I've missed, when will that be released?
So there will be a number of action plans that will focus on those functions which support the lifespan whilst a member is serving, whilst a member is transitioning, and whilst particularly for DVA, the focus on the veterans. We also have a family focus as well.
Now, the question I asked was when?
So once we've established the overarching strategy, the action plans will become clear from that point.
Will they be available in January of 2024?
I would suggest there will be action plans by January, but it may not be complete. So, for example, the transition action plan, I'm confident will be ready in line with the strategy.
Now, do you have any other external consulting firms assisting you in the development of the strategy?
At this point, EY.
And what's their role in the strategy?
It's predominantly capacity and providing us staff support for administration, coordination of stakeholder engagement, and they will be also supporting the actual drafting of the strategy documents.
Now, did they have a role, to your knowledge, in the 2018-2023 strategy?
I do not know.
Have you asked?
No.
Yeah.
I did ask what support was provided to the development of the former strategy so I could understand what I needed, and there was talk of contractor supports, but I can't tell you which organisation.
Now, you're to receive the support from EY on the 1st of July, are you?
At this point, right now.
Right. Now, you're interacting with EY regularly, are you?
Yes.
Now, did you make any inquiries concerning how long it took to put together the 2018 to 2023 strategy?
Pardon, do you mean through EY? Or?
No, just inquiries of anyone.
I got a general update that it took time and included contractual support, but that's the sum of it. I couldn't bookend it with it took 3 months, 6 months or whatever, no.
So you've not made detailed inquiries as to when you started preparation, when Defence started preparation for the 2018 strategy?
I wouldn't have considered it important insofar as I started my job on the 21st of November, so if it took more time than I was given, it wasn't necessarily relevant.
It indicates some of the load that's or the tasks that's involved in the development of a strategy, doesn't it? The time taken. You accept that?
Sure.
Yeah. It may have been years. You
No.
simply don't know.
No, it wouldn't have been years. No, I understand that.
You say categorically it wasn't years, do you?
Yes.
How do you know that?
because I know it wouldn't have taken years. This is just but one task within Joint Health Command. Now, if there's a baseline of understanding of what's needed for the workforce, that is true, but as far as concerted effort in driving a strategy, it wouldn't have taken years.
Now, we've addressed your two key foci, one being the development of the new strategy, and second being the check assurance report. Yep. Now, what are your other responsibilities that you have, the branch and you yourself personally, at present?
Actually, building the branch is a key priority for me, as well as understanding those resources, the functions that will be realigned from Joint Health Command and positioned with an enterprise perspective and focus within the new branch. So those I would see are actually the priorities. So then that we can start moving forward and realising the functions. I can't do it unless I have the resources.
Now, what about the funding?
And
What's the position on funding?
That's part of the branch implementation plan. There will be resources realigned from Joint Health Command from the next financial year, and they will come with the functions that will then be given the authority to lead. And there'll be an enterprise business case submission put forward in July this year as well, to provide further funding as required for positions or any of that strategy development or any consultation, whatever. So that will happen from July, the EBC.
Now, do you know what functions are being transferred from Joint Health Command?
Yes.
Now, what are those functions?
Spiritual health and well-being with a chaplain.
With one chaplain?
Yes, at this point.
Now, why couldn't that have been transferred to you immediately upon, say, in February of this year?
I think that's just a point of mechanics. Indeed, Chaplain Hines and I have been in consultation, in communication moving forward. I've been a part of a chaplaincy forum with him. So we've been building on our relationship, and he's been engaged in dialogue and communication from the branch, but this is just a technicality where his position hasn't come across.
Now, what will the chaplain be doing as part of the new branch?
So he will bring some richness to the Centre for Excellence space. He will provide a spiritual health and wellbeing perspective, which is very important, particularly for our defence members. And again, the chaplains have been leading and leaning forward in the space of moral injury. So I understand that and which is an interesting and important body of work, potentially extends beyond chaplaincy, but I know that Chaplain Hines in particular has been invested in that space, so he will come across with that.
Now, the ADF Centre for Mental Health.
Yes.
Now, you're to get some components of that.
That's correct.
And what are those components?
So the ADF Centre for Mental Health comprises mental health programs and service delivery components. I will be inheriting the mental health program components.
So you'll be involved in service delivery there, will you?
No, as I just explained, I won't be doing service delivery. That will be retained within Joint Health Command. I will be receiving the mental health programs, for example, suicide prevention.
Now, what else from the ADF Centre for Mental Health has been assigned, is coming to your branch on 1 July?
So you moving across in capabilities or down in capacity? So
Moving across from Joint Health Command to you.
okay, so mental health and wellbeing program leads. So we have suicide prevention and ATODs. They will be coming across. Beneath that is the ADFAMs from ATODs, and beneath the suicide prevention will be Safe Side, for example, lived experience. And I understand that there may be some vacant positions which we will need to recruit to.
Now, so you'll become responsible for the implementation of the Safe Side system, will you?
Yes.
Across the whole of Defence?
Yes, I will consider that, yes.
Now, have you done any work yet on the Safe Side system?
No, I've made some general inquiries, but no, it's not my responsibility yet.
Yet, it will be.
Yes.
When?
1st of July.
Now, are you getting any people with expertise in this particular area?
So Dr. Nikki Jamison, she will be my lead for suicide prevention at this point. So.
Now, the suicide prevention subject matter working group, do you know anything about that?
I understand that this is a function within Joint Health Command and that there are likely stakeholders outside of Joint Health Command, potentially from work health safety. But these are things that need to be, that this is where the detail is with regards to functional realignment, understanding what some of the forums are at this point, how they'll translate differently or be co-chaired moving forward so that we can maintain momentum in this space and not lose momentum in these activities. So
now, what are the other functions? Sorry, how many other functions within Joint Health Command are you awaiting decision upon, whether they come to the branch or not?
So we have decision on the continuous improvement framework functions, so that's decided. The strategy has been decided.
Sorry, that is the end of the year that's coming? The continuous improvement framework?
So just to be clear, the function of continuous improvement framework will be agreed from 1 July to come to the new branch. The resources will be retained in part by Joint Health Command so that they can finish their work with regards to evaluating the current strategy, and I'll have an ASL of an APS 6 from 1 July. So we are sharing resources. The function will be transferred for the new strategy from 1 July.
Now, how many functions are under consideration for transfer that have not yet been transferred to the branch?
So this is tranche 1. I understand that Protivity had made some suggestions, recommendations that functions related to the arts program and resilience might be considered to be realigned to this new branch in DPG. And I'm also aware that there are 3 other functions that were considered may be realigned elsewhere within DPG.
Now, it's taken quite a while for these 3 functions to come to you that you're getting on 1 July formally. Now, how can this process of you the branch getting the functions it needs be speeded up?
So I don't think this is a matter of velocity. The people that are performing those functions, and there are only a handful of them, and they are experts in what they do and have corporate memory and knowledge in this space. Them transitioning to Defence People Group from 1 July, I wouldn't consider as slow or delayed, and they haven't stopped doing what they're doing. And again, so spiritual health and wellbeing, I see that as a very clean and neat transfer of awareness and insight into spiritual health and wellbeing at the enterprise space, whilst also retaining spiritual health and wellbeing within Joint Health Command, because that's an important role. So I think that 1 July is a manageable timeline, and it understands the impact on the workforce that's being affected by this.
Now, I think you raised that in paragraph 53, I think, of your statement. Sorry, 57 of your statement. Might you display paragraph 57? Now, of course, Defence can act very quickly and move people from place to place very quickly, and does so in many situations. That's correct, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Now,
These are not military members. Predominantly not military members.
Now, do you see a distinction there, do you?
Sorry?
Do you see a distinction there, do you?
Ultimately, we have a process for change management when you have the realignment of a public service position, and that may result in that public servant deciding not to be a part of that process and not to come across to the new location, new organisation. That could be the net result. The importance of managing this, and I would consider it is in good time, and I would consider that the work has not stopped.
Now, that could be very readily ascertained with a discussion with a particular person, couldn't it? Quickly. The particular individual who's fulfilling a role within JHC as to whether they were happy to come across to the branch, that could be sorted out in a day, couldn't it?
Yes, and then the answer might be they're not happy, and then the net result will be I have an unfilled position.
Yes, but have you made those inquiries at all in that way?
Yes.
Now, when did you do that?
Can you please clarify which particular positions you're talking about?
Well, we've got a series of people, and you've offered as a general
Yes.
reason that people may be, because they're public servants, they may have they can't be directed around, as it were, but as defence members might be able to be directed around. You're making the point that one explanation, and you put it forward as a serious explanation, that affected employees. That's your proposition, isn't it? That it may have an employee impact.
Yeah, we need to be compassionate in this space, managing people that are doing what they do for our
Of
department.
course. But that process needn't take months, does it? Need to take months?
So the decision to transfer those components of, and I think you're honing in on the ADF Centre for Mental Health in particular, that was only recently determined to be the state of play, what we're doing moving forward from 1 July. So we're talking 6 weeks.
Now, but you're putting this forward as a reason why it couldn't have been done much earlier than now, in February even, aren't you? Aren't you putting this forward as a reason why you couldn't have moved earlier?
Object is, if my friend wants to put after some time, a specific date that something could have been done by, and whether this witness agrees or disagrees, then he should do so. But it's not fair on the witness to take questions from one section of the cross-examination, refer it back to another, and put that as reasoning. If he wants to put to the witness that, is this a reason why it couldn't have been done by a particular date, then he should just do so squarely and let the witness answer it.
Mr. Connor?
I'll withdraw that question and move to display.
I couldn't recall the evidence about something back in February having arisen earlier.
No, I was putting that hypothetically as to why couldn't this have happened back in February.
Anyway, rephrase it.
But I'll move on in this area. Operator, would you please display paragraph 56 on page 14? Now, you can see your response there. You go on to say complexity associated with organisational change, you speak of, and you speak also of direct impact this has on existing workforce. And then you go on to say, at this stage, I anticipate the branch will be in a mature state from January 2025. And you then refer to, while there are ongoing discussions to finalise functions. Now, when do you expect to finalise discussions or to have a decision made on the transfer of all the functions?
I don't have a time frame on when that decision point will be made, but they will be the subject of the next iteration of discussions to affect a potential tranche 2 or tranche 3.
Now, can you give some indication of the Commission as to when you plan to have this occur?
So this would be the next priority with regards to any of those realignment discussions, given that we've still not yet finalised some detail with regards to tranche 1, but we've at least agreed on the functions that will be realigned. They're just confirming precise ASL and AFS and the dollars associated with that. Small detail, but the decision has been made. So now we can start focusing on tranche 2.
You said, I think, at least agreed. Now, what does at least mean in that context?
So the ADF Centre for Mental Health I'll use as the example because it's probably the most complex transfer. It is a centre which is comprised of policy and programs, which has been referred to as a hub, and the spokes, which is the regional teams, which provide a service delivery component. It's not as neat as lift and shift into Defence People Group. So Joint Health Command had to consider how they continue delivering the effects of the ADS Centre for Mental Health and the focus of the ADS Centre for Mental Health, acknowledging that there would be a change in how that's going to be commanded and controlled.
Now, has there been any resistance that you've found to early agreement between JHC and JPG to transfer of functions?
I don't consider it resistance, it's just there needed to be time to contemplate. Now, Joint Health Command had undergone the functional review over 2 and a bit years. I was there when it first commenced. This was only part of the results of the functional review, albeit in my view an important part because it impacted on what I'm doing now. So it's also doing some internal realignment and adjustment. And again, my counterpart, the AS on health protection and policy, is a fundamental change within Joint Health Command, and a very positive one, I might add. So the new AS commences about the same time as me, a month later. He is understanding his lay of the land and understanding his breadth of command, and which included the ADF Centre for Mental Health. So whilst he's being onboarded in a new role, in a branch which is going to change, I'm being onboarded, understanding that I will receive some of those capabilities. We had to understand how that was going to be managed carefully, always remembering that there are people at the end of these decisions. It's not just words on a page, and that we wanted to ensure that we didn't disenfranchise the workforce, and that we didn't lose focus on what we were doing as an organisation.
Now, you're offering those as the two reasons, are you, for
Sorry.
why it's been a slow process?
Sorry, I didn't hear that.
I'll withdraw that. Now, let's turn to the position of Director General of this, the new branch. Now, if this had been a two-star position, you would have the person occupying that position would have much more influence and control of the situation than a person who occupies a one-star position. Is that correct or incorrect?
I don't agree with that statement.
You can direct Rear Admiral Sharkey as to what is to happen. Yes or no?
So we operate in a hierarchy, but again, when you're talking about authorities, that may transgress hierarchy. So indeed, I could be a 3-star surgeon, but the technical authorities, the Surgeon General, is a 2-star.
Now, have you had any discussions with anyone as to why this position was not made a 2-star position?
No.
Now, when coming to apply for this position, how did that come about?
I was asked by my supervisor at the time if I would like to be considered to interview for the branch role. Clearly I said yes, and went through an interview process and subsequently found out that I was successful.
Commissioners, is that a convenient time to allow the commissioners a period of time to ask questions?
Yep, thank you, Mr. Connor. Commissioner Brown?
Thank you, Brigadier. Could I just ask, just wanted to go back to the time frame in which you were given that assurance report. Was a decision made by Chief of Staff of ADF Headquarters to not give it to you when you were first appointed, to hold it back until April, I think it was this year, after you read about it in our notice. You said that it was consciously considered. I guess for me that implies that there was consideration given to what to give you at the outset when to perhaps give you other documents. Do you know whether there was a sense that the risk of giving you all of the documents up front was greater than the risk of giving it to you in, I'm going to say dribs and drabs, that's probably not an appropriate term, but you know what I mean?
Commissioner, yes, I do appreciate your question. From my perspective, it was more about my capacity to affect anything with regards to the recommendations.
I appreciate that, but I guess where I'm coming from is that it seems possible, if not probable, that not giving you a document at the outset means, one, that you don't get to kind of take in the whole of the picture as you're forming your early ideas. Secondly, that, possible that it might get overlooked to be given to you down the track at the time that perhaps was thought appropriate. So, yeah, I'm just wondering whether you've got any thoughts or response to that.
I think it's hard for me to wind back to the 21st of November. So this is the benefit of hindsight, potentially. But as soon as I became aware, I think that it just solidified the opportunity for this branch. It started to make more clear to me the role that it would provide to the enterprise in managing risk and understanding risk. So I knew from that point I had to understand what capabilities are required to do this, what information would support that, what questions am I asking, what's the problem frame. So
and what you're really saying is that it would have helped to inform you if you'd seen it earlier, perhaps.
potentially just by
Just in terms of your thinking, yeah.
Yes.
Okay. I don't want to labour the point.
Yeah.
Can I ask what other briefing you were given when you started in the role?
I remember clearly day one, 21st of November at 3 p.m. I had an appointment in Joint Health Command with the acting DG of the now Health Protection and Policy Branch to understand where we were at with the Joint Health Command functional review, because I obviously was aware that it was complete. From that point forward, there are a number of in-briefs, for want of a better term. There was one on the 6th of December that involved the 2 stars and myself, where we understood some of those functions that were being considered and some of the resources that would also be considered to be transferred. So that was the start of some of those formal in-briefings.
So can I ask, for example, were you given previous reviews that relate to suicide and suicide prevention of defence members and veterans?
I made my own inquiries with regards to that.
But you weren't formally given
No,
any briefing?
no.
Did that surprise you?
I guess I'm not a blank canvas, and I came with some corporate knowledge and some understanding of the landscape. I didn't have staff at the time directly dedicated to support an onboarding. I felt well supported, though, having said that, by particularly in my division, as well as through Joint Health Command leadership. But no formal this day onboarding, no.
Okay, thank you. Can I turn then to look at the new strategy? As I understand what's being said, the new strategy, mental health and wellbeing strategy, is due to be completed by the end of this year, rolled out in January next year. The evaluation of the old strategy will not be complete until the end of this year. I take it from that the new strategy has not been informed by evaluation of the old strategy. Is that a correct assumption or is that an incorrect assumption?
So that's not entirely correct. It will be informed. The strategy itself is still in a very basic stage. We're confirming the mission. We've got the principles designed. So, and we acknowledge that there needs to be a continuous improvement framework. We need to be able to evaluate the outcomes and achievement of the respective policy and programs. So I think that's the key point to focus on, that there does need to be a strategy that is built in with a continuous improvement framework, which is distinct to the current strategy.
Yeah, I get that, but I'm kind of wondering, you've had a strategy, you know, like the last one, I think there was one before that, and one possible, well,
Yeah.
there's been different strategies, I guess, between mental health and suicide prevention. You get to the end of a 5-year strategy and you develop a new one, ordinarily taking account of what's gone before, an assessment of what's worked, what's not worked, what's changed in the meantime. So what is informing the development of this new strategy?
So there are some key lessons which have been identified within the University of Canberra report. For example, talking about data, and they refer to it as dirty data. So I would appreciate that how we notate, annotate, particular I guess approaches to evaluation needs to be consistent. So we're addressing that, if that makes sense, that particular identification from the University of Canberra. It acknowledges that by evaluating the delivery of a program, it probably falls short of understanding the impact of that program from a suicide prevention perspective, as opposed to a suicide program package perspective. So we're considering that moving forward. So it will be happening very quickly in concert with the learnings from the current continuous improvement framework. We're not waiting till December, if that's your question, to then work on Christmas Eve to deliver a January strategy. We are time pressed, I understand.
Yeah, I'm certainly happy to hear that you're not going to do it between Christmas Eve and January 1st, but how, for example, have you been informed about the expectations of Defence members and Defence member families, given that this is to take, you know, a whole of life, lifetime wellbeing kind of perspective?
So we have information at this point in time through various reports. You'll say that there are a number that have been provided in one of the tender documents, for example. So that's Defence's gap analysis. So we have a start state, and this is back to that maturity model approach. We're not starting with nothing. We have a start state that will inform that qualitative engagement and assessment with our members, with lived experience. That is happening now. So that's where I think we'll get the richness and contemporary view of what we need moving forward.
So can I just ask then, in terms of that co-design process, what's your understanding or plan in terms of that co-design?
So we'll be working in lockstep with DVA. A key principle is that we'll have the lifetime wellbeing factors as a fundamental baseline, and that we'll approach this with consistency in language, in approach, so that it's meant to read like a seamless document, so that it just reinforces that we're joined on this matter.
Sorry, this is a question I asked through Admiral Sharkey as well. My understanding of co-design is not jointly working with another agency. It's about co-production. It's about engaging with those
Yes.
who are actually going to be impacted.
Yes.
So I'm really wanting to try and understand how that co-design is happening. You said you're taking some survey results, that's great, working with lived experience, but I kind of want to understand a bit of the
No,
mechanics.
I understand, Commissioner. So my team are doing a plan at this point, or would have done it upon my return, on that engagement and that consultation. So I can't provide you precise details because I haven't seen it yet, but they know that we do need that. We need to understand this strategy needs to be impactful, but understanding is through the action plans that it will have the impact on our members and families.
Can I just perhaps in response say that, again, my understanding of co-design is it goes beyond engagement or consultation. It's a much more active, influential kind of process. So I'll be looking with interest to see how that unfolds. My last question, and I guess you can take from the questions that have been asked of you that there, is a level of concern, I guess, that's been expressed about the time taken to establish the branch and get it to a functioning state. And in your responses, you've clearly articulated that that the existing work has not stopped, that there needs to be attention given to the process. I guess I understand that. What I'm really wanting to try and clarify in my own mind is what new or different is actually going to occur as a result of the establishment of this branch?
So principally, it's having that focus from an organisational and population health perspective, understanding that up until now, Joint Health Command's role and remit and focus is on provision of clinical support, care and interventions, secondary preventions to ADF members. So the role of the branch is to, I guess, provide defence the ability to understand and to mitigate those risks associated with mental health and well-being, keeping healthy people healthy. So it's that upstream focus. And it's an opportunity to mitigate and particularly focus on mitigating risks associated with suicide.
And I get that, but are you able to give me an example of the sorts of things that you will be doing that will give that effect?
So I've considered the importance of having a centre for excellence. So where we have a nucleus of expertise that encompasses the wellbeing factors, includes and is inclusive of mental health expertise, our suicidologist, but it's also complemented and supported by spiritual health, other aspects of population health to consider. Now, understanding that the Centre for Excellence is a function and it might not be necessarily a centre, and it might constitute bringing in expertise from external into the department for whatever purpose that is, shaping the strategy, informing on awareness of research, as examples. I understand the importance of a robust governance function, and that's if we're going to provide that leadership, departmental leadership on mental health and wellbeing, if there are associated internal and external recommendations, that it has to be prioritised and has to be managed, and understanding the implementation has occurred. The assurance that we have talked about, extending beyond the current assurance check task, continuous improvement framework supporting the strategy. And again, a focus on policy and programs, be it mental health and wellbeing policy and programs, or being a part of that co-design piece with regards to policy and programs which have an impact on someone's mental health and wellbeing.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Douglas?
Oh, thank you. Do you have a copy of your statement?
My duty statement?
No, the statement you provided to the Royal Commission.
Sorry. Yes.
Only on the screen, or?
Yes.
All right. Could it be taken to paragraph 75 and show question 21? I just wanted to ask you a couple of questions about the stage to which your implementation plan has been finalised. And it might assist you if you just had the chance to reread from answer 75 through to, well, 81, I suppose. I don't know if you can see the smaller print on the screen or whether you would need to have each paragraph highlighted.
I can read it, Commissioner.
You can, there's a hard copy being handed up to you. If you,
I can read it.
you can read it?
Yep.
You're better than I am. No, well, correct me if I'm wrong, but looking at paragraph 78, have you gone through most of those processes you described there by now?
Yes.
And 77 described what you'd achieved so far. 79 sets out the time frame for finalisation of your implementation plan, which speaks of governance requirements. And you refer to the Defence People Committee in subparagraph B. Am I correct in thinking that that was the body that met in May?
That's correct, Commissioner.
So would A and B have basically been achieved by now?
I would have to confirm with regards to whether that Workforce Capability Board that I provided a critical submission to has actually sat. My understanding is it's this week.
The Workforce Capability Board?
That's correct,
I
Commissioner.
wasn't actually asking about that. I was asking about A and B, governance requirements and Defence People Committee.
Sorry, so that's what I was referring to. With regards to A, I talk about the Workforce Capability Board.
I see.
Sorry, and the Enterprise Business Committee, no, that submission has not happened. What I've tried to articulate here is there are committee functions that will support, endorse or otherwise my activities moving forward, and I will either win resources or not, and there are timeframes that support these committees. So,
Right.
and then obviously a posting cycle and recruitment piece associated once a decision has been made that I will have those resources. So as far as DPC, that's a regular update has been provided and will continue to be provided.
And how about the Workforce Capability Board referred to in C?
Yeah, so I've put a critical submission in for 4, so these are the military positions for ASL. And
when did that go in?
So it has gone in, and I cannot recall the exact time, Commissioner, but this was probably a couple of months ago, but I can confirm the precise date. The Workforce Capability Board, as I said, I believe it's this week or thereabouts, will consider 3 of those positions that I had requested were critical.
And then subsequently there's an Enterprise Business Committee
Yes.
from which you hope, you say a submission to it for branch resource allocations is likely to be required in October 2023.
And That will be,
Why the delay until October?
it won't be, Commissioner. That's been overtaken now by decisions. That will be July.
So when you conclude, I expect that in paragraph 81, I expect that by the end of October 2023, there'll be a finalised and endorsed branch implementation plan. What's your revision of that now?
From my perspective, that remains extant. I've got an organisational design contract that should commence from July. I have done my analysis, which has been consulted, and again consulted through the Defence People Committee. What I need now is some granularity on my concepts and the organisational design that will support these functions. So although I recognise the breadth of likely functions, what I need to understand is, are they right? What haven't I considered, and what some of the depth to support that function might look like? So that 3-month contract will just confirm the options that I have considered. And
So what's the 3-month contract?
so I've sought an organisational design contract, a person to support my analysis and thinking so far, to ensure that it functions and the dynamics between and across the organisation are considered. There is detail, not just a matter of, 13 positions coming on. It's how do they function and how do they relate and how do they reinforce and support the activities at the enterprise level. This is new.
And so who's the person doing that?
I haven't got them yet, Commissioner. That starts 1 July. It's going through the procurement process.
So from your point of view, have you done everything you can do, but you're waiting on that
I'm not.
assessment and then an approval from the Enterprise Business Committee?
So again, as far as planning goes, this is iterative. It's not a day goes by that we don't consider what other aspects we may not have already considered. And I speak to that assurance task, assurance check report task. So, sorry, I've just lost my.
So what else do you need to do, is my point, I suppose, to advance the cause, to get the approval you hope for by October?
So again, I have a branch implementation team that is driving the strategy. So we're not waiting till October, if that provides some certainty with regards to the functions. The concept of assurance and how this will support the enterprise understanding and mitigation of risk, we are working through now, in the absence of having someone technically qualified to help provide granularity on the structure to support that. We're doing that analysis with a couple of people aligned to that activity. The realignment from Joint Health Command, we are focused on onboarding those key functions and people from 1 July, so we're preparing for that. So the branch is growing, and I think the most significant growth and critical expertise growth will start from 1 July with regards to the focus on suicide prevention. So what October will do will just confirm the branch charter, confirm the joint directive, which are in draft, currently being considered at my level. And
possibly other suggestions might be made by those.
Potentially, and that's the bit that I'm open to. So although, and that branch implementation plan might extend to areas or time that I hadn't considered, but this is building the plane as we're flying it.
Okay, thank you.
I won't have any questions at this stage. Mr. Fordham, do you want to ask anything at this stage, or?
No, I'll wait till the end if I do anything, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Fraser.
No, thank you, Commissioner.
Mr. Connor, we might break for afternoon tea for 15 minutes.
Thank you,
Okay.
Commissioner.
Thank you.
All rise. The Royal Commission is adjourned for 15 minutes. The Royal Commission is resumed. Please be seated.
Yes, Mr. Connor.
Thank you, Commissioners. Now, the Royal Commissioners issued a number of notices to Defence concerning suicide-related incidents at various places around Australia. Have you seen the responses to those notices?
Not all of them.
Now, I think there are Defence has provided details of suicide-related incidents for almost every unit and on vessels since 1 January 2017. So you've been provided with those, have you? How do you know not all of them?
I have read some that were a part of preparation for this hearing.
But have you ascertained, have you gone searching to ensure you've got the complete collection of those responses?
No, I haven't at this point.
Do you intend to do so?
Yes.
Why are you doing that?
Why aren't I?
Why are you doing it?
I would want to understand if there are any geographical considerations, any service considerations that provide some context.
Now, what's occurred, it's only because you come to prepare the statement and it's referred to, some of these documents are referred to in connection with your statement, that you come to be aware of those. Is that the case?
Yes.
Yeah. So you have not been provided with the entire set of responses.
Nor have I asked.
Nor have you asked, but you'll do so shortly after, in the next week or so. Will you be asking why they haven't been provided to you?
No. No. If I'm going to seek them, then I'll be furnished with those.
But they've been coming over a period of time. You've been in your position since November of last year. There's no system for you to be provided with that information. Is that the case?
I don't know about a system, but I have not been provided them.
Now, they of course are very important because they identify suicide-related incidents over a period of more than since 1 January 2017. That's very important information to the operation of your branch, isn't it?
It would absolutely provide insight that is necessary to understand, yes.
And it'd be part of the data and information that your branch would be exploring in detail.
Yes. Yep.
Together with the other bodies of information that you refer to in the 2 Excel spreadsheets that you provided.
Yes.
Now, who's within the branch is responsible for reviewing and analysing all this information and data that's take suicide-related incidents?
At this point in time, I don't have someone dedicated to something like that.
When will you have someone?
I would suggest 1 July we'll realise a growth in capacity and a growth in expertise related in particular to suicide, and suicidal behaviours. They are not resident at this time in the branch implementation team.
Now, returning to the new strategy and the development of the new strategy, have you got, or has Defence have expert advice concerning particularly the suicide and suicide prevention aspects of health and well-being in formulating that strategy?
So I guess we would term it the centre of gravity for suicide at this point in time resides in Joint Health Command as far as expertise through Dr. Nikki Jamieson. There are connections that Joint Health Command has with leading bodies, universities, for example, Griffith University, who are looking at suicidal behaviours. So I don't own that yet. I will own a portion of that leadership function and enabling that once I have those ADF Centre for Mental Health capabilities aligned to the new branch and those ongoing engagements with those experts already established and new ones. That will inform the strategy.
Now, do you know the particular people from Griffith University that you're engaged with?
And not personally, but only through reading the results of their witness statements.
The results of their witness statements, their transcript of evidence?
Correct, yes.
Is that a lady called Jackie Drew?
No, Ms. Hargood and
Yeah,
Coves.
yeah, Kyrie Coles.
So,
yeah.
yeah.
Jacinta Hallgood.
Jacinta
Hallgood.
Hallgood.
Thank you, Commissioner, yes.
So your Defence has engaged Kyrie Coles and Jacinta Hallgood to assist in the development of the new strategy, have they?
No, I don't know that that has happened. I can't confirm whether Joint Health Command has specifically done that leading up to this transition of the strategy to me. I'm aware that they are engaged with Griffith University. I can't talk to that precise engagement, but I'm aware of their insights and their work through the transcript.
Only through the transcript, is that the
From
current?
me personally, yes.
And now, have you made inquiries of Joint Health Command as to whether they're engaged to assist in the development of the strategy?
No, only because I've just recently received the transcript and have read into it, and I've been preparing for this hearing today, so no.
Now, so you don't really know whether Griffith University is engaged or not?
No, I know that they are engaged. I don't know when that research starts.
Right.
At this point in time, that will be led by Joint Health Command, but I envisage there would be, again, the relationship that I have with Joint Health Command, it doesn't end just because I'm onboarding some of the functions that were resident there. It's an habitual relationship, and it's understanding that they will have equities and insights into what they will learn from research, and then as will I. Some research will be health-led, which will inform the branch focus in the upstream perspective. We can understand what treatment interventions there are, and then I will be asking, how do I get to a point where you're not treating, you're not intervening? So I guess what I'm getting at is that these relationships and engagements with respective research and organisations and bodies may have an identified lead. At this point in time, it has been Joint Health Command, but I would see that there will be engagement and research that might be led by my branch. So they have established a number of activities. They're in various stages, which I can't confirm, but I know that they have been actively engaged in this space.
Now, when will you learn about these, what's happening in that field?
Once I return home. As I said, my engagement with Joint Health Command has been consistent, and it's been collaborative, and there will be a natural point where some things will be discussed. For example, advisory groups where there wasn't a DPG representative from this branch because it didn't exist, it may end up being a co-chair function. So my counterpart and I have already discussed that. The Health Select Committee, I may have a role within that, potentially just an observer role. So I think that it's a new frontier, and I appreciate that I'm not going to be left on the side of the organisation waiting for something, that these conversations are happening consistently. So, yeah, more to follow.
Now, are you aware of whether DVA has engaged any particular experts in suicidality and suicide prevention for the purpose of preparing the joint strategy?
So I know they've engaged, for example, Phoenix Australia through former studies, specifically for the strategy. No, but that could just be because I can't remember, not because I haven't been told. But again, a united front on any further research is what we need to achieve, so that it would make sense that if they're engaging on the veteran space, that there would be a vested interest and shared interest and learnings in the serving transitioning space.
Now, my questions were directed to experts assisting you in formulating the new strategy. And were you speaking when you identified Griffith University there? And
That's the life course.
are they assisting you? Will they be assisting you, or do you understand that they're assisting you in formulating the strategy?
You're talking about Griffith University?
Yes, and the new strategy by the end of this year.
Can I just ask a point of clarification? Are those two professors and doctor part of Griffith University?
Yes, they
Oh,
are.
I thought it was University of Queensland. So, okay.
And Dr. Jamieson went there in her undergraduate.
Okay,
period.
so this is where I'm need to be clarified. And your question was, have I?
It's what the really the where I'm leading is what expert assistance is DVA and Defence engaging for the purposes of formulating this new strategy that's to be formulated?
So as far as individual experts, I can't provide a name. As far as expert bodies like the National Mental Health Commission, the Australian Public Service Commission, we have engaged those bodies and entities and will bring them along the journey of the strategy and subsequent implementation of our strategy. So we've started those conversations. As articulated already, Dr. Nikki Jamieson will continue to support, focus on our ADF members, and through her work through suicide prevention, which again was supported through the two individuals we mentioned before. So by extension of that, we'll have our resident expert, our resident suicidologist. I know Ms. Gwen Churn provides a family advocate perspective from DVA's perspective, and will support the strategy. There will be lived experience from a DVA perspective and from a defence perspective that will contribute.
Now, are you, given that you're now Defence lead, are you considering engaging Dr. Coles and Ms. Horgood to assist you in the preparation of the strategy?
Would I consider it? Yes. And I would also defer to my strategy team and to Joint Health Command if that was the appropriate channel. They are undoubtedly experts in this field.
Aren't you now the lead for defence in this whole?
Yes.
Isn't that your decision?
Yes.
Isn't it fundamental that appropriate experts be engaged to bring subject matter expertise to the formulation of a new strategy? Do you agree or disagree?
I agree.
So you'll endeavour to engage.
Yes.
Thank you. Now, is EY providing you advice? And if so, what's the nature of that advice concerning the new strategy?
So, as mentioned earlier, EY is providing staff capacity and support for stakeholder engagement, coordination, and the drafting of the strategy.
When you say drafting of the strategy, what do you mean by that?
Actually putting words on paper. At this point in time, it's been the development of product to consider at the working group and steering group from Defence.
Are you envisaging a set of strategic objectives in the new policy?
There will be principles that we align to drive the strategy, and there will be principles that support the strategy. So yes.
Will you be having strategic objectives as you had in the last strategy?
It may be termed objectives. There will be objectives of the strategy, but we may term them themes with outcomes. So, matter of semantics, but
now, might we turn to the University of Canberra Continuous Improvement Framework report? Now, I think you said...
Can I just have a document reference, please?
yes, I'll just about to give that. Operator, would you...
ACA .1001.0005.3863.
Yes, it is, Commissioner. Operator, might you display that document? Now, I think you said that you were familiar with this document. When did you become familiar with this document?
through the course of preparing to be a witness.
Now, no one told you about this document when you came into the position?
I don't recall specifically being told about this document, but I was absolutely aware of Canberra University's work that had been over a preceding period.
Now, Operator, might you display the executive summary, which is at .3872. Is it the case that, and Operator, might you display perhaps the first four paragraphs under executive summary? Now, you can see in paragraph 1 of the executive summary what the University of Canberra is engaged to do has to evaluate the of the mental health continuous improvement framework. So, that's a really not to develop the framework, it's to evaluate what Defence has as a continuous improvement framework. Is that how you understand it?
My apologies. Although it seems simple, can you reframe that question?
My apologies. Now, one thing is to create a continuous improvement framework. A different thing is to evaluate the continuous improvement framework that exists. There's a distinction between those two matters. Does that make sense?
I think so.
One is to create the continuous improvement framework. Another is to evaluate an existing one. Now, the role of the University of Canberra here was to evaluate the continuous improvement framework. Is that clear?
I object to that. If you go further down the page, there's a statement about, I'm looking at the paragraph commencing the following pages incorporate. And there's a statement that suggests more than one activity. One is evaluating what is currently there and proposing additional evaluation activities. So I'm not sure that question can be asked in that form.
It's really about, I can move on. It's about an understanding of what's involved in this, what the University of Canberra is actually doing.
Well, do you want to take account of the objection and rephrase your question?
I think the report stands for itself, and I'll move on.
Okay.
Now, may I take you, I can't go through this entire document, but you've studied this document, have you, since you were informed of its existence through the Commission's processes?
Yes.
Now, did any particular pieces come out to you?
Data was found wanting in our department, and data that could provide meaningful analysis on the effectiveness of policy or programs or impact of policy or programs. So consistency in data and whether the data indicated, for example, whether there had been an interaction, for example, with a clinician as opposed to the quality of that interaction. And that's just my example, not one provided within the report. It talked about the approach that could be taken with a strengths-based approach to ongoing strategy development, consideration to apply a maturity model, understanding that the current strategy exists, the current strategy objectives are sound and they're good, and that is providing us a start state, but we understand that to get to that realisation piece, where we're generating effects, and we understand that those effects are positive and the impacts are positive, and that's the vision, I guess. And to get to there, we need to map clearly the policy and programs across a broad organisation and confirm who's contributing what to those objectives. And that inbuilt and inherent with that in another stage is actually confirming compliance with the strategy implementation plan or the action plans, and then learning from understanding the results of those programs and plans, so that feedback loop. But principally, the University of Canberra identifies areas that we could address now to help support better analysis, apply a better risk-based approach to mitigation strategy because we have more rich data and information to work on and work with. And that it is about not just planning, it's about continuous improvement, implementing, understanding, evaluating, learning, and then readjusting. But I think the key piece for me is understanding that there is a start state and we're starting with something from the development of this new strategy.
Now, this report was released on 3 December 2021. Since becoming aware of the existence of this report through the Commission's processes, have you inquired as to whether any of the steps suggested in the 3 December 2021 report have been undertaken?
As I already mentioned, I haven't had time between receiving this and my focus on being here today. There is a lot of very good insights within this document. I would hazard a guess, but I'd need to confirm that Joint Health Command would be implementing short learning loops at the moment they receive something like this. But I couldn't confirm because I haven't inquired.
You would expect Joint Health Command to have responded to any of the recommendations or matters raised by the University of Canberra in this particular report.
I object to this. We had a witness who could have answered that very question here not 2 hours ago. What this
Wilson
witness
Connor.
expects is, with respect, irrelevant.
Not really, but I won't waste any time here. And
You can always issue a notice.
Sorry?
You can always issue a notice, or we can.
Now, implementation science, you aware of that at all?
Implementation
Science.
science.
Operator, might you display paragraph 40? Sorry, page 40 of this document. Have you heard of a thing called re-aim?
Yes, yes, I have.
When did you hear about that?
I was part of a briefing earlier this year, and I could not recall the time, but it was with the key staff from University of Canberra and the Joint Health Command staff associated with this continuous improvement framework and the current strategy. That would have been earlier this year. Yep.
So you're receiving some information and assistance concerning implementation science from the University of Canberra.
Yes.
Now, operator, might you turn to page 46? Might you display University of Canberra suggested here that there be literacy and stigma suicide surveys.
Yes.
Now, do you know whether that's occurred or not?
I understand that we have those surveys, loss and SOS, yeah.
Sorry, operator, would you please display the next paragraph? The next 3 paragraphs, please.
Yes.
That's happened, has it? Is it your understanding?
I could stand corrected. My understanding is the current suicide prevention program generated through the ADF Centre for Mental Health has the loss and SOS surveys. My understanding is it could be improved.
Now, operator, might you go to page 48? And might you display defence-wide survey and the two paragraphs underneath that. You'll see the comments there. The creation, collection, coordination, form and linkage of defence data on mental health activity is inconsistent. Such is this inconsistency, it's not possible to evaluate effectiveness within programs, or more importantly, to evaluate the cumulative effectiveness. Now, do you know whether a defence-wide survey has been conducted as proposed here?
So Defence have annual surveys, and I'd have to refer to ones. There are satisfaction surveys, and you'll say, and I'm not going to do it justice because I know that we do have surveys that have contributed extra sources of information.
Yes.
Yep. As an evolution. They continue to provide richness informed by such evidence as this.
You'll be able to indicate by way of a further information what's happened in relation to each of these matters that have been raised in this report. You'll be able to do this in the next period of time upon studying this.
I object to this. If my friend wants to ask you, commissioners, to issue a notice with questions in it, the witness will answer it. And if she can answer the question, she will, and if she can't, she won't.
Will you be?
That's so. I think it's more or less what I intimated before.
You will be. When will you be able to finish your evaluation of this particular report to be able to respond to matters raised in this?
So acknowledging that I don't have a capability assigned to continuous improvement framework at this point in time, that I'll be onboarding my EL1 17th of June, all things going well. So that is my initial capability from the new branch perspective in engaging with the continuous improvement framework in Joint Health Command and the University of Canberra team.
Now, operator, might you display page 58 of the document? And the heading 4.4.4, machine learning data mining. Now, do you know whether that's been explored or not?
I could not tell you that.
Thank you. Might I return to your statement and question 15 and your responses in paragraphs 56 and 57. We're returning to the topic of your reason as to why things have moved at the pace they've moved. Now, you'll recall that I took you to the third sentence there, considerations include, sorry, let's go back to the question itself. You're asked the reasons why the branch is still being built and when you expect that the branch will be fully formed in terms of composition, organisational function, analysis and design. And this is where you said mature state January 2025. Now, you came to the third sentence, considerations include, really there's one there, And then the second one, awareness of the complexity associated with organisational change. And then the second one, the direct impact this has on the existing workforce. Now, we come to paragraph 57, might you highlight, operator, the first sentence of that, of paragraph 57? Now, you're really proffering that, you say here, a key consideration ensuring any potentially change affected employees whose functions are identified to transfer are managed compassionately, and those employees are provided clarity in role and tasks in the new branch. Now, that understand treating people decently. Now, but it's very important that things develop in this branch as swiftly as they can. Now, why should this seems to be receiving priority, as it were, over the speed in development of the branch, which of course concerns a very, very important matter. Now,
I object to this as well because the evidence previously dealt with why it is you might want to use my friend's term, treat people decently. And it wasn't just the effect on the people. The witness, I don't actually want to say what she said in front of her, but if I have to make it quicker, I will. The witness gave evidence about maintaining capability, and that if things aren't done properly, then you end up with positions that are not filled. So the question is too narrow in its focus.
Commissioner, I won't press the question and I'll allow the Commissioner's time for further questioning.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Connor. Commissioner Brown?
Surprisingly, I don't have any questions.
Commissioner Douglas?
I don't have any further questions either, thanks.
I don't think I've seen that happen before. I'm not sure what it says, but I don't have any questions. If I could just make a quick comment, and then I do have one issue I'll raise. It's just, Brigadier, we can tell you've been thrown a very difficult pass. It is a difficult task. I think everyone in this room and everyone who's watching wishes you and your team every success. But if you could just tell me one thing, you've talked about your vision to some extent about what you're going to do. What does success look like? What do you think? You'll get up and running, you'll be fully staffed, you'll have your standard operating procedures and your KPIs and everything else. What do we think will happen?
Thank you, Commissioner. This branch will be the fusing, the coordinating and the management lead role for the enterprise on mental health and wellbeing issues and risks and mitigation strategies. And it's providing, and that's from an external and internal perspective.
Would you aspire to, everybody says that 0 is not a possible statistic in terms of suicides. What's your aspiration?
I probably won't do it justice and wouldn't actually show the level of thought I've given an answer to this, Commissioner. But I'd like to keep healthy people healthy.
That'll do me, thank you. Mr. Fordham?
No, thank you.
Mr. Fraser, any questions?
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Connor. Any matters arising?
May I ask one further question, just a very broad one?
Sure.
Now, Brigadier, the development of the new strategy is very much dependent on data and information, isn't it? And there are existing data gaps. Do you accept that?
Yes, I do.
Now, how are you going to be able to fill these data gaps in time to be able to properly formulate the new strategy?
Okay. Thank you for the question, and I'll just reinforce the purpose of the strategy is providing that overarching principles in which our activities to align, so that it's the action plans which will measure the performance of the programs, and that's where the data will be drawn to reinforce that. So I guess my point would be the start state from January 2024 is not going to be perfect. We still will not have every data set aligned and our languages across 2 departments neatly aligned. You know, it's the same taxonomy, the same nomenclature. But we will be going to lengths now to do that. And we've got the the data sharing analytics system, which will support that, that longitudinal perspective on a person-centric, experience through defence and as a veteran. So that is going to help support that common approach and common data set. And data comes from various areas across the department. There's not just one area, and an understanding that Joint Health Command's data is health-focused data. So, that assurance check report identified the opportunity to increase our understanding of context at a point in time that might help our analysis in asking whether the system was appropriate, right, and our settings were right. So again, going back to the IGADF reports, there was acknowledgement that if there was some further data that was answered throughout the IOI, the Investigating Officers Inquiry, and then subsequent to the IGADF inquiry, some simple bits of information that might help us understand, looking back, the context that that member was within at that time. I'll give you an example. Some data that we can draw upon easily is through our personnel data, PM keys. On PM keys, you have recognised relationships. It doesn't talk about those relationships which are not otherwise recognised by the department. However, they may be fundamentally important to understanding the context of that individual at that time. So, if we have a suite of factors which we know are risk factors, relationships, chronic pain, time away from home, there are a number of other factors, MEC changes, medical employment classification changes. If we front load at the tactical level, be it health, command, inquiry officers, front load them when this is a sort of information which would be useful. You probably don't know why, but it will be. And then it can start to shape that analysis further up and present an opportunity for predictive indicators. We can do that now, but that's going to take time. But we can do that now.
When you say time, what are you thinking
Well,
of?
time to understand what it will present us. Understanding whether that information is providing the context, richness and fullness that we need to fully understand the contributing factors and the causes of causes that may have impacted and resulted in a suicide.
Now, you'll have the body of information on suicide-related incidents that's been gathered by the Royal Commission in its processes in all those responses to notices to give, and you'll have that available to you shortly, I imagine. Now, this brings us back to the assurance check report and the analysis of those 6 items, the 6 matters, recommendations in that. So how's this data, those tasks going to be completed in the next few months to enable this to inform the data, fill data gaps, and enable the defence, to get its action plans organised so they're operative on as early as possible in 2024.
So I guess we come back to the first, one of the first questions you asked me with regards to the assurance check, and I asked for those opportunities to be highlighted, because this is the start of the conversation. It is acknowledged that this may support further analysis and provide some granularity to further analysis. So if it can, it will, and those things should be readily affected. But I would also suggest there are probably things we don't know that we need, that we can consider drawing upon some other sources of information and data. And that's, again, something that I would like to consider beyond those opportunities recommended. But I can't direct the Office of IGADF on how they construct their inquiry reports and their structure, but I would consider it potentially not unreasonable to adopt a common structure, which will then inform subsequent analysis on suicides. But I'd also suggest that there are opportunities to look at other inquiries that may indicate risk factors. Issues of complaints is an example of serious nature, then that in itself is something that we should be considering and understand the context of that particular case, the environment, the socio-ecological environment around that member, the service conditions under which they are living and working. That then is leading forward and upstream of a suicide. And that's why with the assurance check task, I consider that not a small body of work, not insignificant, but just one aspect to consider for assurance.
Now, culture is critical, it's fundamental.
Absolutely.
And culture in particular places may be, let's say, difficult in a particular place. And you agree with that?
I couldn't tell you what places, but yes.
But it's part of the process of finding out where
Yes.
there might be problems.
Yes. Yep.
And then addressing those problems.
Yes.
And have you got any thoughts about how you might go about doing that?
What, gathering the information or addressing those problems?
Let's gather the information first.
There are avenues of information available, incident reporting, pulse surveys. There may be reviewing of actual performance reporting, and this is through the service chain as well. They might understand if there's particularly poor performance in a particular unit. One might want to question why. So as far as how that is realised and that coalescing point, which is what this branch should look at, I don't know how, but I know that we will get to that. I do think it's fundamental, and I think that the litmus test is the culture.
Now, I wonder whether you have sufficient resources at present to undertake this task.
No.
And how do you go about getting sufficient resources to undertake this task?
So I've prioritised the resource requirements, focused on the strategy, focused on the realignment from Joint Health Command, and considering that delta, and I think that's what we're talking about now. I understand that the continuous improvement of the strategy, but any other policy and programs needs, it is more than a couple of people. We need data expertise, people who are data literate, and ostensibly we need data literacy across the organisation. But I will absolutely need expertise to understand what the data requirements are, what the questions are that we need to answer for the so what, but then I'll need the policy and program team to understand how do we implement that? What does that look like? Is that a new piece of information through communication, or is this a new approach to training that we'll embed in our training packages? So there is a capacity issue. At the moment, I don't have anyone dedicated to that, but I absolutely know that that is where we need to get at. Understanding information, good information, how you get to good information in the start point, and the plans to affect the analysis and the implementation of the recommendations of that analysis. It will be bigger than what it is, which is nothing, which is soon to be 1, which will soon grow to 4 by the end of the year. I'm looking forward to having some resources looking at that opportunity.
Thank you, Brigadier. Nothing further.
Thank you. If there's no other matters, we'll adjourn till 10 a.m. tomorrow morning.
All rise. The Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide is adjourned to 10 a.m. Thursday, 25 May.